Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Gary Crawford. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 30 to order, and I'd like to welcome everybody, our Budget Committee members and visiting councillors and of course staff and the public. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask for everyone's patience if we experience any technical delays or problems during the meeting. We'll keep our fingers crossed that what happened at Council won't happen here today. I think things will be running smoothly. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The City Clerk has provided the budget material and wrap-up notes on toronto.ca/council and for members on the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to you remotely if you need help on your devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair to watch on YouTube and to observe other members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, can you please keep your mic Sorry, I think there was a... Anyway, let me continue. Members, please keep your mic muted, and unless you are addressing the committee, please keep your video turned on. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you're present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions and to speak. And it'll also assist the clerk staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge the land that we are meeting on. It's a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And we also acknowledge that Toronto was covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. First item of business, declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Are there any? Seeing none. Committee members, this is a special meeting of the Budget Committee. This is the final wrap-up of the 2021 capital and operating budgets. Today we're going to be making our final recommendations that'll be going off to executive next week, and the week after that going to full council for debate. There are two items on the agenda today, BU 30.1, the 2021 property tax rates and related matters, along with BU 30.2, which is the 2021 capital and operating budgets. We will be having a review of budget wrap-up notes that will be led by Steve Conforti, the Executive Director of Financial Planning Division. I think there's about 20 or so reports that are coming before us. The February 4th wrap-up notes to Budget Committee are available on toronto.ca/council and to members, of course, in the clerk's meeting portal. Following that, I'll be asking members and visiting Met Council if there are any overall questions of the budget. This is the tradition we've been doing over the last number of years, giving you an opportunity, again, if there are any questions that have not come up as part of the briefing note, questions, any overall questions of the motions. After that, we will be recessing for 1 hour, approximately. That is, as we have done every year, that is just to give the clerk an opportunity to pull everything together, or the clerks to pull all the motions together and get them in the right order. They will need a bit of time. I will confirm with the clerk prior to that, but in years past, it's probably 60 minutes he will need, or they will need. I also want to remind you that if you have any motions, you should submit your motion in writing to the clerk as soon as possible. These motions, with your permission, will be shared with myself and the Executive Director of Financial Planning. And again, that is just to give clerks, there are a number of motions that have already been, I think, sent in, and they're pre-circulated, and thank you very much for that. Prior to beginning the motion or the wrap going through with Steve Conforti, I have had a request from Deputy Fire Chief Jessup to actually, he has to attend the Provincial Fire Marshal's findings on the quadruple fatal fire at Gainsborough this morning. So he won't be available for questions until probably after 11:30, but I just wanted to know from members if there are any questions on fire services that we will be needing as part of the final wrap-up. And if there's no questions, we can release him and let him go. But he has given me the request. So are there any questions? Will there be any questions on fire services? He is online right now if we want to ask any questions? Okay, seeing none, Deputy Chief, you are released, and I appreciate your time, and best of luck this morning at the at your meeting on the fire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'd now like to turn it over to Steve Conforti of Financial Planning to go through the wrap-up notes. Similar to last week, he will be going through a whole list. It's on the clerk's meeting portal, and he will lead us through that.
Thank you, Councillor. So yes, I'll walk everyone through the wrap-up notes. If you don't have those available and open, they are available in 2 locations. The first is on the Timis site. If you're on the budget agenda page, if you scroll down about 2/3 down the page right before you get to the communications, it's the last link before that. Otherwise, on the city's budget website, if you're able to navigate to the all budget documents page, it's sitting there under the February 4th tab as well. So the first section of the wrap-up notes relate to supplementary reports, and we have a few supplementary reports that have been submitted. The first one is BU 30.2M, and it's a report from the city manager on honoraria for public members of council advisory bodies. There's a recommendation in here to approve the honoraria for council advisory body members for the remainder of the council term. This is consistent with the staff recommended budget, and there's no further financial impacts.
Questions? Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next. Thank you very much.
Great. Next item is BU 30.2N. This is a report from Toronto Paramedic Services. It's a supplementary report to Budget Committee. What this report is not consistent with the staff recommended budget. It actually increases the budget for the Toronto Paramedic Services by 10.1 million gross, 0 net, with full funding by new and expanded provincial funding sources relating to community paramedicine and some staffing changes as well.
Questions? Seeing none. Okay, next.
Next item is BU 30.20. This is a letter from the city librarian on the Toronto Public Library Board's 2021 operating budget. The first recommendation is aligning the budget approved by the board consistent with the staff recommended budget, and within recommendation 1, there's no change from the staff recommended budget, incorporating some of the COVID funding that was added. The second recommendation relates to 2 new and enhanced requests that are not included in the staff recommended budget.
Questions? Councillor Layton does have questions.
Just if I could confirm, on the second budget note request, those weren't consistent with the staff recommendations, but were consistent with the board's recommendations, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Vickery here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Next, Steve.
Thank you. And the last supplementary report is a report from the CFO and Treasurer, item BU 30.2P. This is in response to a direction from the fall of this year on reporting on financial impacts on corporations within the city. The information is consistent with what's within the staff recommended operating budget, and there's no further financial impacts.
Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next.
All right, thank you. Now we'll move on to section 2, which is the briefing note requests that are coming forward to this meeting. In total, there's about 30 briefing note requests that we have here, and I'll walk through them individually, grouped by service area. So we can get started with the briefing notes within community and social services. Briefing note number 23 from Parks, Forestry and Recreation, entitled Enhanced Youth Spaces Virtual Programming.
Okay. It'll take a few minutes to get the screen up here so I can see if there's any questions. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next, Steve.
Thank you. Next one, briefing note number 24, again from Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, is entitled Inclusion of the Barbara Hall Park Redesign and the Courtown Dogs Off-Leash Area in Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Staff's Recommended 10-Year Capital Plan.
Seeing no questions, we will move on to the next one.
Sure. Briefing note number 25 from Shelter Support and Housing Administration, entitled Tenant Defense Fund and Tenant Information Programs.
Okay, we're good. Keep going, Steve.
Briefing note number 26, again from Shelter Support and Housing Administration, entitled George Street Revitalization, Delays and Cost Fluctuations.
Okay, seeing no questions, next.
Briefing note 27, again from SSHA, entitled COVID-19 Budget Implications, Shelter Support and Housing Administration Division.
Councillor Layton has a question.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my desktop, so I'm trying to read this off my laptop. So in 2020, we spent 60 million on hotels and other spaces that we opened to address the shelter crisis we were facing. Correct?
Councillor, we'll see if Marianne is on the line.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it's Marianne here. Yes, that's correct. That was for the room rental. Then there would be additional charges for staffing and food and things like that.
So the number for 2021 is 103 million. What accounts for the difference? Is it the annualization of a full year? Are we increasing the number of beds available?
Yes, both of those things, Councillor. We started staffing up those rooms in March of last year and got to about 2,600 rooms. The budget in 2021 allows for the operation of up to 3,000 rooms, and we're continuing to activate hotel rooms as they become available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no questions, next, Steve.
Sure. So briefing note number 28, again from SSHA, entitled Current Plans for Urgent New Supportive Housing and Funding Required from Other Orders of Government.
I have some questions on this item, please.
Then it's all yours, Steve. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you very much. So this, on the table one, sort of categorizes the waves or phases of the plan for subsidized housing, correct? For supportive housing.
Yes, this is the plan brought forward by the Housing Secretariat and SSHA in December in response to Council's request for an urgent rapid rehousing plan.
So if I'm to understand this correctly, let's talk through this. The anticipated occupancy of the first tranche, which are TCHC units, and it's 150 of them, they are funded the supports are funded as well.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
And have those units been occupied? It's now February something. Have they been occupied or?
Yes, we are in process of occupying those. We have a target of about 20 per week. We anticipate that we will have all of those units filled by the end of March.
Now the next tranche, the 510 units, some of which are 300 of which are TCHC, and 127 are RHI units. That doesn't equal 510. I'm conscious of that now that I'm rereading it. So they're supposed to start opening between January and March. Have they started to become available?
Well, so the 300 TCHC units, we are in the process of identifying those, all of those with TCHC, and then filling them as we go, sort of with the target of 20 per week. So we have identified the first 150. We're matching those with tenants. We'll be working on that till the end of March, while at the same time identifying additional units and waiting to see if we can get the supports funded by the province.
Okay, so we don't have supports for the first 150 that are available of that tranche right now. So we're not filling them?
We're filling units as quickly as we can out of 50 that we have available right now. We are doing, quite a comprehensive job of filling these units. We are providing supports to view units, helping people get their documents in order. We're also furnishing the units and providing basic household items as well. So there is a fair amount of work involved, but we are filling as many units as available to us.
But for this second tranche of units that it says here, will become available between January and March, they still need the support dollars if we're to use them to address the movement of people from shelters and from the street into these units, correct?
That is correct, Councillor. But we wouldn't be able to fill them necessarily now. They would continue with the pipeline of filling as we go. So our pipeline won't be empty, I think is what I'm trying to explain, until towards the end of March. So we'll be filling those 150 units, matching them with clients. We have those support dollars. Once we get towards the end of March, we'll have the units in the pipeline, but what we have is the support dollars.
And the same goes for the next several phases that I don't need to get into here, but that the dollars for the supportive elements have not yet been assigned.
That's correct, Councillor.
And that's a provincial responsibility, correct?
Yes, these support dollars are connected to healthcare services, addiction services, and mental health services, all of which are provincial responsibility.
How many people are sleeping out on the street right now?
At last count, Councillor, we had about 350 tents and structures, depending on how many. Obviously, it's difficult to know if they're all occupied and by how many people, but we think there's probably between 400 and 400 people outside.
So 400 people. We're going to have roughly 600 units open up by the end of March, but we only have funding for 150.
No, Councillor. We have a number of activities underway. We're bringing on additional hotels, which by the end of February would give us almost 400 rooms. We are also placing people into modular housing, which would be about another 100 units. And then we also have some additional supportive housing units that are funded, that are coming online for another 121 units. So all told in February, we think that there will be about 600 spaces coming online.
So this kind of reminds me of the situation we were in in previous budgets with funding for settlements and shelters for refugees, where we had a hole in the budget. We were confident the other levels of government were going to fill, or in that case, the federal government, but we put it in the budget anyhow, with the notionally that we would keep the receipts and they would get paid at the end of the day. Is this a similar situation, that we're having a conversation with the provincial government about funding these units? The commitment's been made by the federal government, by the city, and we're waiting on funding rather than that will eventually come.
It's your last question, Councillor.
It is in the same vein, Councillor. I'm a little less confident, I think, in these. And there is a little bit of a higher risk because with the COVID temporary spaces and with refugee spaces, they were also temporary. Once you house somebody, that's a permanent ongoing funding responsibility. And that's what we've been saying to the province, is that we need them to come to the table with ongoing permanent support for people as we house them.
Mr. Chair, it's Julie. If I can just augment Councillor Layton, with the refugees, we knew from experience that we were successful in getting them housed. It was just a challenge finding the affordable housing. With these individuals, this is going to be their homes. This is the permanent supportive housing for the individuals, and we need permanent ongoing dollars. So I do think it's a little different than our ask of the federal government, because we always knew that if the federal government didn't step up, we could slowly start reducing those number of hotel rooms. But once we place these people in supportive housing, this is their permanent home. We cannot be pulling them out. So once we start funding this, we need ongoing permanent funding to be able to help maintain those people successfully in their new homes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Bradford.
I wasn't going to ask questions on this, but just listening to that discussion, it sounds like a lot of this stuff is coming online in different ways, Marianne, imminently in the coming weeks. If we are allocating the dollars or going forward allocating the dollars here, does that relieve other levels of government, the province mainly, from providing that contribution? Does that compromise our leverage if we're doing that?
So it's difficult to know, Councillor. I would say that we're in a strong position with knowing that we have units available for people and that we are connecting people with those units. And the one piece of the puzzle that we're missing is the ongoing funding support.
So if I could just augment, Councillor Bradford, I do believe that I am very concerned that once the city starts providing these sort of supports and funding these sort of supports, it does reduce our leverage to get the province to step up. But the other thing I want to make clear is that we're going to hit a point in time that money itself will not solve the problem. We have to get the province to step up and look at their overall system of health, addiction, and mental health supports, because it's even a challenge for the city when we have the dollars to actually find support.
Sorry, you cut out there a little bit. I see the spinning wheel. You'll be back.
I think she was, Councillor, she was referring to the fact that there is an ongoing issue with not enough mental health and addiction supports existing in the system, and that these are critical supports if we're going to continue with a housing first model, which is to move people into housing as soon as we can and wrap around them the supports to make sure they're successful. Keeping people in shelters longer than need trauma increases their likelihood of having difficulty in rehousing in the future.
So the housing first approach that has been an evolution and certainly the way we're going now, does that present different sorts of pressures when it comes to a housing conversation? Obviously, like literally the housing, but the additional supports and wraparound services that would be needed to augment and complement that housing first approach?
Well, the City of Toronto pioneered Housing First starting more than 10 years ago, and it was about not requiring people to meet sort of arbitrary requirements in order to be housed. It identified that housing was sort of a human right, and we needed to move people into housing as quickly as possible. But it also said that we had to make sure that those housing placements were successful, so we didn't create a revolving door of people being housed and bouncing back into shelters. So that's the critical piece around the supports. They're individualized, but dependent on the person's requirements, the level of support and the type of support. But it is as critical to their success as having the physical apartment.
So let me ask this then. As we've been doing this program for a decade, in its initial conception and where we are today, is the expectation fully baked into the model in the way that we would deliver it? Is the expectation that we would have partnership between other levels of government to deliver this, or is this something that the City of Toronto owns in its entirety?
We currently don't fund, well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. We fund a very small amount of supportive housing units that are connected to George Street. All of the other supportive housing that we have done in the last few years have been with the support of either federal or provincial money. The Reaching Home at the federal level and the Homes for Good money at the provincial level both allowed us to allocate funds towards housing supports. And in fact, we were encouraged to put as much money as we could into those housing supports.
And is that the expectation?
Councillor, could I? Sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, hi, Abby.
Sorry, Councillor. It's Abby here. I just wanted to add to the success of Housing First also really relies not just on the funding, but on the community partners who actually deliver the services in.
So again, maybe I'll just finish my colleague's thought. All of these support programs are delivered by community agencies. And so that partnership with community-based mental health and health agencies is also very critical, and they need ongoing commitments of money in order to secure the stable staffing that's required to deliver these.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm out of time there.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next note. Oh, sorry, Councillor Layton.
I have another round. If like I'm not going to have many questions on some of the other briefing notes, but if we could spend some time on this one, I think
No, that's fine.
I think it's critically important to understand what's at stake here.
Okay, go ahead. I think
How much of our budget is being balanced on the fact that we're waiting on commitments from the feds in the province? 850?
Yeah, I can only speak to my to SSHA's budget, which I can provide the numbers. It's just a little bit more than $300 million. There's 237 million of unfunded for COVID shelters, temporary shelters. 5 million as a result of the temporary rent freeze. 60 million that we're holding in terms of the refugee response, and then also the $15.4 million for supportive housing. So we would be moving forward with the first two items because those are actually already in place, the temporary shelters and the rent freeze. While we're building in the last budget, we be waiting to operationalize those dependent on funding commitment.
And is there any time frame for, and maybe this is a question for Heather, is there any time frame for the allocation for money to come from the province or the feds for any of this?
That's CFO's question.
Mm-hmm.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, Councillor, we did flag in the budget launch that from a capital perspective, which, as you know, is where we are the backstop is coming from the holdback of the CFC. The timing on that piece is Q2. We do know that we have capital projects underway that have already been committed to in Q1. The Q2 spending of our capital projects are the ones that will be at risk from a timing perspective if we don't have a commitment from other levels of government.
Okay. And those commitments by other levels of government have not been made.
As well, as you might see through the most recent briefing note that came out, I think it's number 45, we have acknowledged that since the budget launch, we have received some additional commitments in the ways of transit. We have some other small pieces. Our gap now has moved from 846 million. And we're now down to 650 million.
That's good. That's good work.
It's great.
Last year, we asked for money to augment our budget around refugees to the tune of about 60 million, if I remember correctly. When did we ask for the money from the federal government?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start, and Julie might be able to jump in. But as you know, through the budget process, we did signal to the federal government there was an expectation that they would continue to support the refugee program. Those discussions were productive and well underway, and unfortunately, COVID surfaced. And so those discussions were actually just put on the sidelines. As you know, immigration has been impacted by COVID as well. Ongoing conversations took place throughout the summer, and we did get a commitment from the federal government for the 3 quarters of the year up to the end of September for our refugee spending. So, you know, we didn't receive a commitment right away, but I will say that there is a COVID lens on that because there were productive conversations going on when COVID surfaced in March.
So we got the money in September, January to September.
We got our funding to the end of September. That's correct.
But we received the money in September, correct?
I don't know when we actually received the actual check. I'd have to look into that. But we did receive a commitment.
Then if I could, to Marianne Bedard, if we didn't receive this money for the supportive housing until September, how many units would either be held empty, or would we lose from the portfolio of supportive housing units and put them into just general affordable housing?
So if we didn't receive funding commitments, we would need to stop filling those units identified in the briefing note at the end of March until that funding commitment was secured. So up to 1,000 units are identified as being unfunded in the briefing note.
So it's February, so in 6 weeks, if we didn't have a commitment from the provincial government, we'd have to stop taking people from shelters and encampments and putting them into supportive housing units that are less expensive for the city to operate and have better outcomes, potentially saving lives. It's a general, yeah?
It's your last question.
Yes, so we would continue to try to fill those units through other means, making sure that if we have people in the shelter system that didn't need housing supports, they could be connected with a physical unit. We definitely wouldn't want to keep housing stock sitting empty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Through
you.
the Chair, if I could just augment, one of the other approaches we can also take, and we sometimes take, is working with our community partners to see if they have funding so that they can come in and operate a modular site. And if they happen to have funding that they could apply to the supports, that's another approach that sometimes is successful, but it's all dependent on the funding that the community partners have.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I have.
Oh, we have Councillor Bailão. Okay. So why don't we go back to visiting councillors on this then? Councillor Bailão, questions?
Thank you. To the CFO, so the $300 million that we have outstanding on the shelter support and housing, are those one-time costs or are they regular operating year-over-year costs that were short?
I'm going to, through the chair, Councillor Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Marianne to speak because there's many components of the funding scenario that we have.
Thank you, Heather. So of the 318 million, only the 15.4 would have an ongoing responsibility. Everything else is temporary. The 375 is tied to the COVID response. So we're hopeful that maybe we'll be out of it by the end of the year. Then the rent freeze and the refugees. So just the 15.4 would have an ongoing permanent commitment.
Okay. And for some of the shelters and hotels that we've opened during the pandemic. What kind of support services have been available there?
We do have a variety of supports available at those programs. And again, it really depends on the population in that program. But they include on-site primary care, physician support, also addiction counseling, harm reduction supports, mental health. So it's really quite a wide variety.
And the costing, we paid that with the funding that we got from the federal and provincial government as well? Is that how we, not only did we pay for the physical infrastructure, but did we pay for those supports as well?
Yes, we this year we've used the Social Service Relief Fund, which we've received from the province.
Okay. And so you said in one of your responses that there's very few units that we pay with supportive housing because this is a program it's a provincial program, correct? How many supportive housing units are there in the city?
That number is always really hard to determine, Deputy Mayor, because there's a housing access point that we don't manage, but then most of our community agencies own their own stock. There's no service system manager like there is for shelter services. So it is quite hard to determine the number, but I can get a ballpark from staff if you give me a few minutes.
And what's the wait list for supportive housing right now in that access list?
The wait list is through the access point is similar to the wait list for social housing. It's many years long.
Okay. And is your concern that, you don't want to jump into saying to the provincial government that we want to pay because there's a long list. It's a systemic issue that is in front of us, and we don't want to self-download this on us. Is that what we need to be careful in here? Is that we don't want to self-download supportive housing on the city? We've already got social housing that was downloaded on us. Is that, one of our concerns here?
Yes, I think the concern is scope creep. These are clearly connected to healthcare. We don't want to start spending housing dollars on healthcare services. We want to keep those two things separate but still have them work together.
Yeah. And when we say we have 1,000 units, I mean, we're going to continue to fill those units as affordable housing. The issue is the needs of the supportive housing and the healthcare support that we know that is of extreme importance for the success of housing these individuals that are usually provided by the province are not going to be there, correct?
That's correct, Deputy Mayor. About 80% of the people that move through the shelter system stay for a matter of a few months, and they only stay once because they've had a small issue in their life. And once they're rehoused, they can be successful. But we do have 20% of the population that uses the shelter system as housing because they can't live independently. And that is the group of people that holds beds over, every day, as opposed to people being able to move through those beds. So it is a very expensive form of housing.
And these are also the people that end up in our emergency rooms at $12,000 a month more, and so on and so forth. I could go on. So,
Yes.
that are also having a huge impact on the provincial's healthcare system as well, correct?
Yes, there is a clear link between housing and a reduction in criminal justice costs and also emergency healthcare costs as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Bradford, second round.
Thanks very much. So I appreciate this this briefing note here and the update that's come back to us. I think this is an important discussion. I have it in front of me here. Page 2, halfway down, urgent provincial support needed to deliver new supportive housing in 2021. Is Chris Murray, is our city manager on the call?
Yes, through the chair, I'm here.
Oh, Okay, thank you. So we're making the point here, it talks about the need, quite extensive. The third bullet there talks about the federal and city resources that have been secured. And then it articulates, explicitly the $15 million gap that we are counting on the provincial government to come through on. This seems very critical for us to be able to deliver on the things that we've articulated in our COVID-19 response with respect to homelessness and the shelter crisis and the need for supportive housing. Your conversations, could you provide us, I guess the question that we're all struggling with is, is the province going to come through on this? And is it on the city to pick up the bill if the province isn't? We heard Deputy Mayor Bylaw there describe it as a self-download if we pick up the tab there. But where are you in those sort of conversations at a level that you can talk about publicly on this $15 million for this specific item here?
Sure, if I can through the chair. So Julie and I obviously are in touch. Julie confirmed that the $15 million pressure has been communicated to provincial counterparts. I have had a chance to talk to the Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. My understanding is that the provincial government is certainly, as one of its priorities, looking at supportive housing and is going to be working with municipalities on supportive housing. Obviously, my comment on that was enthusiastic in the sense of it couldn't happen quick enough. So, the dollar amount, the need for it from them, I think is critical. I think that's what we're hearing clearly from your counterparts. I just want to say this as well. When you look at the Canadian context, Ontario is unique in the sense that you have a bricks and mortar responsibility for housing at the municipal level and the supports to deal with mental health and addiction issues at the provincial, which makes for a more challenged system than what we normally would want. Notwithstanding, that's the world that we're in. We are very clearly communicating the need to the province. I think indicating right now that we're going to backstop it in any way is probably not the right thing to do at this moment at all. And so I think we should just continue with the communication to the provincial government as to what our expectation is.
So your advice then there, as I just heard you say, would not be for us to backstop this today because we're going to the province for that $15 million contribution.
Right.
That's your view.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor.
I have another question. Could I ask another round of questions, please?
You want a third round of members? Are we okay with doing a third round?
I just want hands up. How many senior members of staff at the mayor's office contacted in the last 24 hours about this? Any?
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor. Next, Steve, I think we're done. This briefing note.
All right, moving on to briefing note number 29 from Toronto Employment and Social Services entitled Ontario Works Rates and Increasing Since 2001 Compared with Inflation and the Cost of Living in Toronto.
Questions? Great, seeing none, next.
Okay, so on the next series of briefing notes are from Infrastructure and Development Services, starting with briefing note number 30 from City Planning on study resources.
Okay, see no questions. We'll go on to the next, Steve.
Briefing note number 31, again from City Planning, entitled Budgeted Staffing Levels.
Seeing no questions, we'll work our way to the next one.
Last one from City Planning on application fees, briefing note 32.
Okay, we're on a bit of a roll. Continue.
Briefing note number 33 for municipal licensing and standards, entitled Levels for General and Dedicated Enforcement Units.
Councillor Carroll.
Hi, thanks. Yes, I'm zooming ahead to the section of this briefing note on filling existing vacancies. There's a challenge filling these vacancies, and so what I'm wondering is, first of all, the budget embeds these vacancies, but do they actually meet both COVID response and all the initiatives that we need work on when we're sort of in that in-between phase? We're going to need more short-term, probably by spring and summer, more short-term rental response ability. We'll still need some COVID bylaw abilities. And there's a difficulty in even finding people to apply for this job. So I'm wondering if you could speak to filling the vacancies. Do you have the budget, and are we offering the right rates?
So thank you, Councillor Carroll, for the question. We do have the budget, and we are in a competition right now for 25 plus bylaw officers. It was posted in the fall. We received over 800 applications. And the actual online assessment as part of the people that we've screened in is actually happening today. And we will be interviewing at the end of February, and then hiring, and then having them trained up for April, May. So again, if there is more attrition over that time, we can use this pool to continue to fill, but it is our intent to fill all of the bylaw enforcement officer positions. We're also doing, yep.
So, and so you are getting the applications. Is there a rate of, for instance, I know that, when police do recruits, there's a certain number and at certain parts of the hiring process, training process, some that we think are going to be promising or in the probationary period end up being shed. Is that all factored in? Are we factoring in, some who turn out not to be suitable leaving, and HR is ready to make sure that we're fully staffed up?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we do have the ability to have a pool if we can hire 25, but then we have 10 others that were successful. We will keep them on a waiting list per se, and we will bring them on as necessary. The magic number for us is around 25. Again, a suitable classroom size to hire and to train and to disperse. So I can also say in 2019, for the first time ever, we hired 2 classes of officers. So we have been actively recruiting. We are getting good people. Sometimes they're so good that they move on to other things. So there is natural churn in this area, and we are continuing to hire. And again, we have a job call that's going through right now.
Okay, last question, Mr. Chair. Is the interim budget giving you what you need right now? We've made some pretty strong statements about pushing out enforcement and really increasing our efforts around multi-residential common areas and things like that. Is the interim budget allowing you to deploy enough for COVID response right now?
So the interim budget allows us to do both COVID and non-COVID. So that does mean our non-COVID levels, service levels do dip a bit. We do have a commitment to the COVID work. It is essential. And we're continuing to redeploy our resources within our teams to meet those needs. And in multi-tenant, if that program, which is, again, going out for consultation, and if that moves forward, we would be putting in the appropriate resources for additional bylaw officers in the 2022 budget.
Okay. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Carlton. Any other questions? Okay, Steve, we'll go on to the next briefing note.
Sure, thanks. Briefing note number 34, again from Municipal Licensing and Standards, entitled External Regulatory and Compliance Audit Services, Vehicle for Hire and Short-Term Rentals Bylaw.
I don't see any questions. Okay, next.
Briefing note number 35 from Toronto Fire Services entitled Workplace Safety and Insurance Board Absences and Cost in Toronto Fire Services.
I don't think there were questions on that because the Deputy Chief had asked it at the beginning, so go on to the next one.
Briefing note number 36 from the Transit Expansion Office entitled Transit Expansion Funding Details.
Okay, seeing no questions, on to the next.
Briefing note number 37 from Transportation Services on capital costs of expanding the number of street enforcement cameras.
Okay, next.
Briefing note number 38 from Transportation Services on 2021 budget and 2022 to 2030 plan, local roads and major road rehabilitation programs, additional high-level estimated costs resulting from the State of Good repair backlog.
Questions? Seeing none. Next.
Briefing note number 39, again from Transportation Services, on operating funds required to make CAFE TO and active TO permanent fixtures in the budget based on current usage.
Okay, seeing no questions. Next.
And the last from Transportation Services, briefing note number 40, costs of providing harmonized snow clearing for the entire City of Toronto for the 2021/2022 winter season, including an equity lens.
Okay, I see no questions. On to the next one.
And briefing note number 41 from Infrastructure and Development Services as a whole, entitled Toronto Wildlife Centre.
Thank you. I don't think there's any questions, so we're on to, I believe, Corporate Services next.
Yes, briefing note number 44 from Environment and Energy, entitled Greenhouse Gas and Climate Resilience Investment Summary.
Okay, we do have questions from Councillor McKelvey. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I just wanted to clarify a couple things. I see that you've categorized them into resilience, into transform TO or greenhouse gas reduction, and then into ones that hit on both. I'm just wondering, are they mutually exclusive? Like, so if I wanted the total, do I add up all three, or is the amount that's on resilience plus climate already included in resilience and climate? Hopefully that makes sense, what I'm trying to ask.
No, Councillor, excuse me, and through the chair, they're separate numbers, so you need to add them together to get the total project.
Okay, great. The second was, I noticed that on particular Toronto Water, it seemed like I was expecting more line items, especially around resilience. I mean, you know, the Coxwell bypass, like that is a resilience project, right? Because it ultimately helps with the flooding. So did Toronto Water contribute, or what's the status of that? And maybe is there a way to encourage them to kind of categorize this a little bit better for next year?
I think and through the chair, thank you, Councillor. I think with that, I'm going to ask Linda Swanson to answer that. She's got more information on the actual process of collecting the data.
So through the chair, we reached out and did receive feedback from the Infrastructure and Development Services cluster, including Toronto Water, for the resilience FTEs, and all divisions did participate in the Climate Lens for Budget submission process, but absolutely this was year one, and we anticipate providing additional support and having a more complete and hopefully more robust data set in future years.
Okay, and yeah, they may be in there, but I just, if we give them, for example, a heads up that they're going to be able, you know, we want them to do this next year, maybe they can be a little bit more exhaustive in it. And then the last question was, so there are different numbers in here, and I appreciate you might not be able to answer this on the spot, but could get back to me. So the one categorizing of GHGs as an amount that I saw was 1452 tons per year, and that's on some of these capital projects, including a few net zero projects. So I guess my question is, you know, roughly what's that the equivalent of? Because, you know, it's just a number. Like, do you know roughly that's the equivalent of, you know, how many cars off the road, or what would be a good way to describe what 1452 tons per year is?
Councillor, and through the chair, I don't have an answer for that right now, but that's a calculation that we can do and get it back to you.
Okay, great. And I appreciate that. I know I'm kind of asking for it on the spot, but I just think in terms of trying to start to convey to the public the impact of your programs, it's helpful to have something that's a little bit more tangible to them in the everyday. But I do just want to overall say, like, a really fantastic job on this, especially realizing it's the first year you've done it. And I know this process will only get better. And then my final question is for the CFO. Now that you're doing this great work, is there a way for you to start to incorporate some of this data into your ESG report going forward, which is also a work in progress and always improving?
For you, Mr. Chair. So, Councillor, thanks. Absolutely. The purpose of creating the very first ESG report was just to create a commitment, an outward commitment to the public that this is an area of focus and priority for the city. And the intention is to continue to evolve it and continue to improve and enhance the data that goes in it. It makes us more accountable by having that report and these targets out there, publicly committed to. So the intent is to work across the city and come up with important pieces of information and metrics that we are targeting to be included on an annual basis.
So could one of those metrics, for example, be that this amount of money is kind of increasing over time as you roll out the project? Because now we're starting to get a baseline. So it's a way to track, you know, are we investing more in resilience going forward? Are we investing more in greenhouse gas emissions?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, the focus of the ESG report is actually the outcomes. It's not necessarily the investment. So I think what we would do is we would take the investment that's being made, look at the targeted outcomes and report on those targeted outcomes rather than actually on the dollars. So the focus of the ESG report is those outcomes rather than the dollars itself.
Okay, so in that makes a lot more sense. So in that respect, then once we start to get this carbon budget, and you're talking about, you know, less GSGs burned, could that be the sort of metric that might be reported instead?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are several initiatives that we're looking at how we procure, putting a climate lens on our procurement. So there will be components that will all result in increased resiliency and decreased carbon. I mean, obviously, those are the main focuses of our outcomes. So it'll just be about being, you know, it's important to ensure that whatever we commit to, we can actually measure and demonstrate progress. And when we're not progressing, we're held accountable. So it is about coming up with actual measurable targeted outcomes that can be validated, that can actually be valued and validated.
Okay, thank you. And just congratulations again. This briefing note last year was much more sparse and very quickly put together, but there was a lot more thought going into this year's, and I know next year's it'll just continue to get better. So thank you for all your hard work on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Okay, next, Steve.
Sure. Briefing note number 51 from Corporate Real Estate Management on addressing emergency capital repairs at 519 Church Street.
I think we're good on that one. Next.
Next briefing note, number 52 from Environment and Energy, status of commitments made in climate emergency declaration and climate-related investments.
Councillor McKelvie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, when can we get the net zero report, and you know, what are the resources being dedicated to it? I think you have it outlined very well in your briefing note, but maybe you could summarize that quickly for us.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. And through the chair, the plan is to bring the net zero report to infrastructure and environment in Q4 of this year. And in terms of the resources, in addition to the people that are in the staffing positions we have right now, we have got four staff in the four more staff rather in the 2021 budget, and we're in the process of hiring them as we speak.
What sort of engagement needs to be done in advance of that report?
There's a significant amount of community engagement involved. EED has always been thorough as we engage our community groups, our youth groups, our Indigenous colleagues. So there's a significant amount of work within the community that we need to do.
So it's a significant policy document. It's going to be very important for charting our course forward. So it's important that we get this right.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And, you know, as we stated in the briefing note, the priority for the division in 2021 is the production and presentation of this report to council.
So there's concern that you're going to identify projects too late for us to fund in 2022, and that the next steps for 2022 aren't going to be identified early enough. Is there potential for you to give us almost like a mini report or a preview of funding that might be required in 2022 earlier than the Q4 report? Because that's what we're really worried about. We don't want to, I understand the need to get to Q4 to get the report right, but it's the question of what investment do we need to make next year? So is there a way for us to compromise and get that information?
Yes, we can do that. We can put together our strategy for dealing with what's been called the acceleration strategies, and we can bring that to council later this year before the net zero report.
So could you do that in Q3?
Yes, we can do that in Q3.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you again. I know I've said it in the last meeting, but it bears repeating that I saw many of your staff redeployed working on food banks and food security initiatives in the last year, you know, even out like at the ground level, helping to repackage food and distribute it, collect food and food drives. And I know you're late because of this, but they did such great work and so very important to help people in the time of need. So thank you so much for that contribution of your staff.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Layton for questions.
Yes, thank you very much. So thanks for putting together this report. I think it's really helpful. On the climate emergency commitments, some of them have expressed expected delivery dates, like reports and things like that. And then some of them are expressed as ongoing. Can I assume this is a staff complement is working on a variety of different programs? There's no expressed end date because these are constant investments that need to be made.
Yes, that's true, Councillor. I know, you know, given what happened in 2020, it's important to note that divisionally, the work on Transform TO and Net Zero was ongoing. And that...
And is it... Sorry,
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, is it safe to assume that of these ongoing deliverables, that some of them will be included in the list of acceleration activities?
They could be. I mean, I think the acceleration activities are more program or project related. So they'll be more along the lines of the work we're doing in renewables, in building retrofits, that sort of thing. So I would expect that when we bring the acceleration report forward, we'll talk more about projects and delivery of projects as opposed to the policy pieces that are behind it. The policy pieces will be dealt with in the net zero plan in Q4.
But things like engaging job seekers, workers, unions, academic institutions, relevant sectors in the creation of low carbon job strategy, and like these are things that will continue to be a major part of our strategy.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the success of our initiatives in the past has been driven in no small part because of the degree and the rigor associated with community consultation. So that's an ongoing part of what we do.
On the acceleration strategies, when are those being developed, and what's going into that?
Well, I think the key word, Councillor, and through the chair, is acceleration. A number of those strategies are already underway, right? So, for example, in 2020, we worked with our partners in Toronto Water to bring forward a heat recovery project with taking heat from the sewers and putting it back into Toronto Western Hospital. So we've done one of those. We're now engaged in a study, a market study, to determine the potential for more of these. Right. So in that particular case, we've introduced the technical concept, and now we're developing the strategy to identify and pursue others as example.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next.
Okay, great. We're moving now to Finance and Treasury Services. The first briefing note, number 42 from the Office of the Controller on potential revenue from a luxury home tax.
We'll begin with Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. How many times have we looked at reviewing MLTT rates over the past 3 budgets?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, this is my 3rd budget, and I would say that we have had conversations in each of those budgets. I can't comment on how many budgets before that, but I can look into it for you.
Okay. No, the point is that we look at this often, certainly since I've been here. The briefing note highlights some of the potential impacts, raising the rate on some of the more expensive homes in the city. And it's described as potentially reducing liquidity in the luxury home market. But the table on page 2 projects 18.68 million in revenue from adding a 3.5% band to properties over 2 million. So I guess the question there is, how do we weigh the impacts of these two things, potentially reducing liquidity in the luxury home market versus opportunity for revenue generation there on a 3rd tier of MLTT? And which one do we think is more important to our budget?
So, Mr. Chair, just a couple points of clarification, Councillor. That 18 million is based on a 5-year average of house volume, and it's also a full year. So, just want to clarify if in the event that there's an expectation around 2021.
Yeah,
as you
I
know,
don't
we
think
have
that we're going to. Obviously, MLTT is variable every year, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just wanted, just for a point of clarification, the additional piece I just want to clarify is that obviously, as we all know through reading the news, the housing market is being impacted by COVID. You can say that there is higher volume. The Toronto Real Estate Board is providing information that shows in the GTHA prices are going up in single dwelling homes in the suburbs. Toronto hasn't had that same experience. And so we do know that the volumes have increased. The volumes are coming from the condo markets. So the impacts on higher dollar value homes, we can just say that from the volumes that we are seeing, it seems that COVID has had an impact.
Okay. So, but just to the question about the concern around reducing the liquidity on those higher price homes versus the potential revenue that a 3rd tier MLTT could generate with respect to our budget, is there, how do you reconcile the concern with the potential opportunity on a 3rd tier?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, I hope you can appreciate I'm not a real estate expert. I cannot comment on, we're just flagging the risk. We can't quantify that and compare that against the $18 million in potential increased revenue. I think the one point of clarification that I do want to make is that, and we have been signaling this for the last few years, is just the risk on MLTT revenues being dependent on to fund operating activities. Because MLTT isn't a guaranteed source of revenue. And when we become reliant on an unreliable form of revenue, there's a significant amount of risk. But going back to your specific question with regards to the impact on the real estate market, I can't comment on that. I can just say that it's a risk that we're trying to flag.
Yeah, no, I agree that we want to move off MLTT on the operating side, and I understand that we're working towards that end. I guess then, what additional data, having looked at this multiple times, bit of a different world right now with COVID-19. Although, I think a lot of folks, things I read, they're expecting that those trends will balance out and normalize in the months and years ahead. But is there additional data or analysis staff would need to do to confidently make a recommendation on this either way with respect to an additional band and rate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that we have looked at trends, but other than that, we don't have the insights that you're looking for in the sense of would a tax. I think some studies have been done around the experience of introducing MLTT when it was originally introduced on the city, in the sense that it did in actual fact have an impact initially, and then it settled. So there's data to look at the City of Toronto experience. There's data to look at when a land transfer tax was introduced on the provincial level, but specifically to an additional tier, we can do trend analysis. Again, it's a predictive element.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the next.
Great, thanks. Next briefing note number 45 from Financial Planning, entitled Continued COVID-19 Support Funding from Federal Provincial Governments and Potential Impacts of Inadequate 2021 Funding Support.
Questions?
Repeat the budget number, the briefing note number.
Sorry, that's number 45 in your package.
Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was just wondering if you could repeat again, only because it came a little bit fast earlier, how you have now reduced the unfunded portion to 649. What was the additional funds that were made available or found?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to pull up the briefing note. So what I can share is that we received additional top-up funding from SRA provincial funding for transit. We received additional monies surrounding SRA, a top-up just in the operating SRA. In addition to that, we've received a very small amount with regards to paramedics. And then from there, the additional gap has been brought down by, as you know, we're now past our December 31st year end. We, in actual fact, have been able to look at that final quarter of spending. And as we're doing our analysis on our year end, we're finding that our expenses were below what we predicted. And so we do have a carryover of our SRA commitment that we've received from the province. And so when you combine the additional commitment that we've received of the transit and operating funding, in addition to the underspend from 2020, that has made that difference in the 849 to the 640.
Okay, great. And can you speak to the role of the tax stabilization reserves and where they fit into this year's budget?
Okay, so through the chair, this gets a little bit complicated, so I'm going to try and simplify it as best I can, and then I'm happy to provide more detail. So we know that we are required to have a balanced budget. And so where we have funding expectations from levels of government, and in this instance, the 650 million gap, we must have an ability to draw on a reserve of 650 million to keep ourselves in a balanced scenario. In 2020, we intentionally, if you recall, we came to council and asked for the 2019 surplus to be put in the tax stabilization reserve due to the COVID concerns. We deviated from the normal policy where that money would have gone into a capital financing reserve. So we have intentionally put money into the tax stabilization reserve to help us deal with the COVID uncertainties. So when we look at our tax stabilization reserve, we have to, in actual fact, take out the amount of money that we need to backstop, we're calling it a backstop, our gap that we have due to the COVID pressures. So what we've done in the tax stabilization reserve is we've said it in itself is not enough to backfill the gap. So we are splitting between the contribution to capital, our CFC amount, and our tax stabilization reserve, because neither one is sufficient to fill the 650 million gap. We're splitting that 50-50. So when you take our tax stabilization reserve balance, you subtract off half of our gap, which is 325 million. You then subtract off our refugee ask of the federal government. You then take off the ask of our supportive housing amount, the 15 million that was talked about earlier. We have an uncommitted tax stabilization amount. That tax stabilization amount, which is uncommitted, in actual fact, is the piece that we must, or we strive to keep at 2% of the tax base as a tax. That's a council policy. And so by deducting these offsets that we have earmarked in our tax stabilization reserve, we've dipped below our 2%.
Okay. So in normal years, we start to dip into those reserves right now during budget for a whole bunch of different projects. But this year, we've accounted for that in the backstop. And so it's your recommendation that we hold those funds for the backstop.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification, Councillor McKelvey. In the last 2 years, we've avoided going to the tax stabilization reserve because we've actually been trying to get it to the 2% level.
Okay.
And so last year was the first year we actually got it slightly over the 2% level. We've always, if you look at a 5-year trend, we've actually been under that 2% level. So we have avoided going to the tax stabilization reserve to fund initiatives. And we've done that intentionally just to try and beef up the value of the reserve.
So past years, we didn't go to it for those reasons. And in this year, we shouldn't go into it because we're using it for a backstop for if we do not receive the other interprovincial federal funding, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think I got it. I might follow up with you afterwards on it, but I think I got it. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. I think Councillor Bradford, did I see your hand up? Yeah, okay, you're next.
Thanks very much. Okay, just for my clarification, if I may, you mentioned neither of our reserve funds are sufficient to fill the COVID gap that we're experiencing right now. Of course, what was the status of our reserve funds before COVID in years past?
To you, Mr. Chair. So we do, Councillor, I'm happy to get you the 5-year graph of it. Actually, I think I might have it handy, but last year was the first year that we got slightly over the 2%. I think we were around 2.1 or 2.2%.
And from your, the CFO office, is that a policy, maybe policy is the wrong word, but are we generally, we're trying to build those up?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Do you want it at 2%? Is there a particular number that we're trying to achieve? Is there a range? What does that look like?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, I'm going to state the obvious first, is the tax stabilization reserve is a reserve to help fund unexpected emergencies. And so COVID, as we all know, was an unexpected emergency. And so having $113 million in a reserve at the beginning of 2020 was obviously insufficient to deal with the uncertainties and the unexpected pressures that COVID presented. When you consider the city has a $14 billion budget, 100 million doesn't really seem to be an overly healthy reserve to have. The 2% policy has been in existence. I don't know actually how long. My preference would be to have a much larger reserve.
Would that, when we look at other jurisdictions, I haven't done this, I don't know, is that, would something bigger than a 2% reserve be in keeping with what you would see in comparable cities of our size, different jurisdictions, or would they have more? Would they have less?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there actually was a reserve fund study done. The City of Toronto has multiple reserves, as you know, which all have very specific purposes, like the insurance reserve, the fleet reserve, employee liability reserve. Some municipalities actually just have one main reserve. And so our tax stabilization isn't necessarily able to compare to other jurisdictions. However, there are municipalities out there that have tax stabilization reserves anywhere in the neighborhood of our 2% upwards to 10%.
We've gone into the reserve, obviously, given everything that we're facing right now, but it's not adequate to cope with the stress that we're facing on our budget, of course. Is there a risk in continuing to do that? Is now the time and the moment to be using all the reserves, or to the extent that we can? What's your strategy on how we build those back up? Is now the time to cash in on it? What's your advice?
So through you, Mr. Chair, actually, I when Councillor McKelvey was asking a question, I should have added there's another component in our reserve that is actually specific to the funding that we have that we would have put into capital that we didn't. And if you recall, in 2020, we intentionally did not, to keep as a backstop towards helping the city out with COVID. That amount is still there. And given the fact that we have uncertainties in 2021, we have uncertainties with regards to COVID in 2022, there is also an amount that would have otherwise been in our capital financing reserve that is in our tax stabilization reserve. So I just want to clarify that there is money in there that should have been directed to capital, but it's in our tax stabilization reserve for additional backstop. This,
okay,
from my perspective.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, from my perspective, 2021, there is a certain amount of uncertainty. There is not a certain amount, an extensive amount of uncertainty with regards to how we're going to weather the COVID storm. We've got new variants that we're dealing with, but we also have uncertainty going into 2022. So we need to plan not only for 2021, but also for 2022. And I would say that this would not be the year to dip into reserves to help fund activities.
Okay, that's clear. Just a point of clarification on the capital reserve that is now augmenting the tax stabilization reserve. I misunderstood that. You're shaking your head. Can you clarify that?
Your last question.
I apologize. I know it's a little bit confusing. In 2020, we would have directed money from surplus from 2019 into the capital financing reserve. We did not do that. We put it into our tax stabilization reserve. So that's money that would have otherwise been directed to capital. In addition to that,
so we did not build the capital reserve at the same rate we would have, because we've got it. So that's probably an issue also down the road.
Thank you.
And then also, as you recall, early on in 2020, we flagged that we were slowing down our capital spend due to the uncertainty of COVID. And so that CFC amount that was unspent also went into the tax stabilization reserve. Again, that would have been normally directed at capital, but we were trying to create a backstop. So that extra money that's sitting in the reserve is actually, if it's unspent, it will go to our capital plan.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Taylor.
Any other questions? Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the briefing note. I think we've finally got an idea of what the long-term implications of us balancing our budget on our CFCs will have. And in the immediate, you've got a list starting on page 7. In children's services, we would offset $500,000 of state of good repair for childcare centers. Is that accurate how this is written?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, we actually created a methodology to allocate it out evenly across the city, but I can ask Steve to jump in if you'd like some more details on how that was done.
Yes, through the chair. So the 500,000 that was referenced was based on the methodology applied, looking at essentially an equal and proportionate distribution of the impacts across city programs, factoring in the level of debt/CFC and PGT funding in the case of the TTC. As it relates to children's services, that proportionate allocation ended up being roughly $500,000. And in looking at their capital program, the project that would be at risk would be the SOGR element of their capital program.
So let's flip to transportation services. 93 million is a pretty big nut. The road rehabilitation is top of that list. Can we quantify that, and how many roads will go unsurfaced in 2021 as a result of a $93 million decrease?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I
So-
think Steve.
Yeah, maybe I can start, and I'm not sure if we have staff here from transportation that might be able to come in. So again, with this exercise, we were looking at assuming that there is no further funding announced from this moment going forward, what would the maximum impact to the capital program be? I do want to reiterate that we've had some great news since we launched the budget in terms of some additional funding, and I think that's a positive sign towards our expected continued federal provincial support. That said, if no further funding came forward, 93 million would be the impact to transportation services. At this point in time, we've identified which projects would be at risk. We haven't been able to take that next step forward to say, which specific discrete locations or kilometer road work would be impacted, but that would be work that we would have to continue to review and do as we continue to engage with our partners at the federal and provincial government.
And subway and surface track and the TTC, is that state of good repair? Is that it's not new?
So through the chair, it's Josie Levita here. Good morning. Yes, that's state of
It's
good
lovely
repair.
to hear your voice, Josie. No
How
offense.
are you today? Yes, that's all state of good repair.
Okay. And is that do we have an idea if that's preventative maintenance sort of approach to keep trains running on time, or is it cracks in the ceiling that can get pushed off and don't impact the runtime?
So actually, through the chair, this is state of good repair fixing problems today. And some of this work is actually coordination with transportation as we do the road work. So it's all about working together to look at various locations and how we can bring that to track. So on the surface, that would be with roads and transportation. Subway, of course, it's part of the critical state of good repair of our subway system. And on that list, of course, are some other things that are connected to the subway, like the traction power and the signal system. So they all really go together.
Okay, thank you. Just a last question. So since the budget launch, at the budget launch, we said 156 million, sorry, 156 million is requested by the province and the federal government, but if not, we have a way of covering it, right? That's how it was presented to all of us.
You, Mr. Chair, correct, Councillor?
So we essentially said we would cover those costs if the federal and provincial government didn't come to the table, but we still really wanted them to, right? Yeah, and they've come in since then, in the month since then, with 200 million. So they didn't feel like we were letting them off the hook, did they?
So through you, Mr. Chair, just one clarification, Councillor. The 856, in actual fact, was 100% COVID. It's based on our assumptions of what the impacts of COVID are going to be on the city's service demands as well as lost revenues.
But of that 856, we indicated that we knew we could cover it, but we still wanted them to pay. And they've so far come back with 200 million. That's correct, right? And
That is correct.
we're still asking for the rest, but you've presented here how we pay for it just in case.
How we stay balanced.
Now, why wouldn't we just tell the federal government that and provincial government that we couldn't cover it and that it's their responsibility? Why wouldn't we do the same thing we're expecting from our shelter in supportive housing in this case? Because we can't. Because we have to present a balanced budget.
Last question.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, actually, Councillor, what we're doing with the supportive housing piece is exactly the same. We have it in our budget and we signaled that there's an expectation for the revenue as well as the offset.
But
We've
it's
done
not
the same
included
thing
in
with COVID.
It's not included in this 856 million.
No, you're correct. It is included in our overall budget, though. The 15 million is in our overall budget
As unfunded.
as unfunded.
Yeah, so it's not going to happen unless we put some funding in.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Thanks, Councillor. I just have a couple of questions myself. So when I look at this, 856 down to 649, a little over $200 million, that's good news. But again, when I say good news, it really means that there's $200 million less of capital projects that are really on the chopping block compared to what we would have done if it was 856. So that's the good news in this. But when I'm looking at it, we're still in the hole. I mean, if we don't get support from the other levels of government, we still have an issue and a problem. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct.
Okay, so, and again, we don't have, I'm looking at this as $200 million snuz if we have an extra $200 million to spend. It's, as I said, it's good news, but there's really, we're still in a hole. We still do not have, an extra $200 million that's been freed up, if you want to call it that, to really allocate anywhere.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just a couple, if you don't mind. I think the fact is that by receiving 200 million in the last few weeks from the time the budget launched is optimistic to demonstrate that other levels of government are aware of the COVID pressures. One element I forgot to mention in how that $200 million gap has closed, or the 200 million came about, is the public health dollars, the commitment from the province. I also just want to flag that it is timing as well, because the commitments we have received are up to the end of Q1 for us, but it's up to the end of the fiscal year for the province. And so we are optimistic, based on the conversations that we're having, that there is a level of awareness and the levels of support that are needed that will be spoken about during their budgets. That is our hope.
And just if you can just clarify on that 2 million, how much of that was for on our MLTT and the performance, the better performance of the MLTT? How much of that $200 million was accounted for from that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's 100 million of lost revenues.
Okay. And what this also indicates is, as we're looking at, and this gets back to the support that we have been continually asking from the other levels of government, what this also indicates is that we're doing what we can to ensure we're bringing down the costs of our ask. I mean, and the MLTT is a big part of that. So instead of the 856, we recognize that we can actually, our ask is a little bit lower. And that's, in some respects prudent. And I think that's what the other levels of government would be looking for us to be doing.
To you, Mr. Chair, I think yes to your answer. I just want to point out too that when we did the budget launch, we also highlighted that the city itself had looked at its own operations and found over 500 million in cost savings and efficiencies. That's due to COVID. That's due to our expectations around what kind of services, the level of services we can perform under the public health measures. So what we are committing to the province is specifically and strictly COVID-related changes to our operations.
And that's actually was going to be my second question. So really what this is indicating to the other levels of government, we're doing what we can as best as possible to mitigate the COVID impacts. And what we can't do, and we recognize and we're showing them very transparently open, here's what we need. And we're confident, of course, that as they have done with 2020, that we would expect and hope that we'd get the support for them on 2021. Okay. Thank you.
To you, Mr. Chair, we are optimistic. Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, one last question. So we don't get the money. Let's just assume, or no, so if we do get the money, all that money, that 649, is just going back to, to replenish the reserves, to replenish the tax stabilization. So this is just really money that's just going to be moving back to what we would have already done if we had the surplus, if we were looking at the CFC. So this is really just moving money to where it should have gone?
To you, Mr. Chair, in actual fact, it wouldn't be in the tax stabilization. It would actually go right into the capital finance.
So
it would go right back into capital because it's coming from CFC as well as our tax stabilization, which was funded from funds that would have otherwise gone to capital.
Okay, so this 649 is already accounted for. Yes.
We have a backstop in the tax stabilization and CFC combination, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I don't think there's any other questions on this item. Oh, sorry, Councilor Nunziata.
Thank you. Just a question to the city manager. So how is the discussions that you're having with the province? Can you just give us an update? So their budget is in the fall. Is that what I heard? That we won't get an answer till the fall. Is that what I heard staff say?
No, I think their 2021 budget will be made clear at the end of March.
Okay.
So we're certainly hoping that everything that we're communicating right now and have been to them will be reflected. So that's certainly a few weeks away, but we're hoping that we'll hear something by about that time.
So has the discussions with the province been positive, in your opinion?
From administrator to administrator, yes.
Okay. Just a question to staff. The chart that we have in the briefing note with the I forgot what page it's on, about the various departments if we don't receive the funding. Was that information was that submitted into you, or who made that decision on where the cuts would be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Steve, I'll ask Steve to explain the methodology of how we allocated it across the city areas.
Thanks. So we worked on developing an allocation in terms of the 324 million potential capital reduction. What we did is we looked at the 2021 capital budget. We excluded funds that would be carried forward from 2020 into 2021, recognizing that would generally be for work that was still ongoing and needed to be completed. From there, we isolated only the funding source that would be applicable, which was debt, CFC, and in the case of TTC, PGT funding. Then the next step was to exclude where we had some commitments towards funding contributions, such as TCHC, where we have a co-investment plan with the federal government, and back those out. And what was remaining, we looked at a proportionate allocation of that applicable funding source and had the number based on that. But then at the same time, we wanted to ensure that there was no reduction that would be greater than 25% of the overall budget. So we implemented a cap. And what you see is the results of essentially that formula.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I don't think so. Seeing none, let's go on to the next briefing note.
Can I just remark to Stephen and Heather, that's a remarkably complex formula for figuring that out, and congratulations, because I think you kind of checked every box in how to make it reasonably fair.
All right, thank you. So
maybe too fair that they may see this as an out to giving us the money. Maybe we shouldn't have presented it this way.
Okay, next.
Okay, so moving over, this is briefing note number 47 in your package, again submitted from financial planning. entitled Equity Impacts of a 0.7% Residential Property Tax Increase.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you. And it's just really one question. And I didn't see it, and maybe I should have read a little bit closer. Did this briefing note go through the process of being circulated to the groups that typically give us advice on the equity impacts of new programs? That group has a name, it's escaping me right now, but.
Through the chair, in developing this briefing note, we did share it with our equity responsive budgeting unit here in the city. I don't believe it went out to our partners. I'd have to follow up with our staff in those areas and whether or not it was shared with the panel members.
If I could just ask, was it shared as in, here's our budget note that we're presenting, or was it shared as in, we'd like your thoughts. Let's open track changes.
Through the chair, as we tend to share all of our briefing notes, we're looking for thoughts and feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. I don't think there are any other questions on that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I just want to ask some questions about how we went about surveying. What I understand from this briefing note is that TOR conducted a survey. And so this is a very unique year, and yet we have a really ununique response. People would like taxes to be lower for the sake of affordability, which is generally the survey response. But it is at odds with what we heard again and again in deputations, which is probably the sound of people who have actually remained affluent or become more affluent in the markets throughout COVID, came saying, raise my taxes, 0.7 isn't enough. So it begs the question, how are we surveying? How are we not capturing those folks who are saying I can afford more?
Chair, maybe I'll ask Meg Shields to start, and I'll augment.
Just watching my clock tick past.
We should be holding that, I think.
Oh, I am holding the clock, don't worry.
Thanks, Gary.
So I saw Meg is on. So Meg, unless you're muted, just try to respond, please.
Good afternoon. Sorry, my apologies. I wonder if the question could be repeated. I'm sorry, I was having communication.
Shields, long time no see. The question is about we're on the briefing note about the equity response to the 0.7 increase, and I'm wondering how the survey was done. That TOR conducted a survey, and I'm wondering if you can shed some light on how they went about doing the survey.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Through the chair. The survey actually was multifold. It was conducted with a large public survey that was run through the city's website. But additionally, we reached out to local groups and organizations who assisted us in running smaller sessions, promoting a survey. And also with the Social Planning Council, they also conducted a separate survey to ensure that we were reaching out to communities and members of the public who wouldn't normally or face some barriers to participating in those engagements. So there were a number of surveys, and they were conducted in a number of ways that we could try to reach as many people as possible. All of the results of both the Social Planning Councils and the city surveys were published in an accompanying report to the TOR report as well, and posted online in the open data so that anyone can see the data and use it as well.
Oh, okay. So I could go and look at that. I'm asking the question, I don't know if you heard, because it's kind of at odds with it. You know, it says lower taxes and that there is hardship right now, and we know there is. So it's not surprising, but generally speaking, when we do a survey, the majority will say, please lower my taxes. But this year, perhaps more than any other, we had a number of people make the effort to, maybe it was the ease of phoning in. We had a number of deputants who said, you know, if 0.7 isn't enough, I can afford more. Just tell us what you need, one person said. But mostly they said, you know, you could raise my taxes more. And where they hadn't mentioned and they danced around it, if we asked them, they said, yeah, I could afford a few dollars more. And so there's sort of this odds. And I'm wondering if what that means is that if we really looked across the length and breadth of the data, what it's really telling us is we need a sort of tiered approach, because there are some who need more affordability and some who have actually, because they were in the right position pre-COVID, some people have actually, through their market activity, become more affluent as a result of COVID. And so capturing that maybe requires a tiered response where we address both hardship at one end of the spectrum and increased wealth at the other.
Well, I think the results that we had indicated that those that did speak to the revenue sources of the city, and there was quite a range of discussion about that. Some did mention an increase and some did mention a decrease, but I think to your point, Councillor, I think it's what's behind that submission that's important. The why that's behind the where people stand on that issue is what's important for us to understand.
Yeah. And lastly, the briefing note also mentions businesses, lowering for businesses, but as we know, it's the small businesses who've been hurt the most. What we understand is that the share prices of the big boxes for the first time in a long time have gone up because we let them stay open. And so there again, perhaps a tiered response would be reflected if we looked at the raw data of the survey.
And I would also suggest that the data that was also collected through the mayor's roundtables, the special task force on economic renewal, those other sources of information that should be seen as a collection of data to inform the discussion.
Okay, thanks very much. Good to hear from you.
Thank you, Councillor. Let me see. Seeing none. Next, Steve. Almost at the end here.
All right, great. So we're moving on to the briefing notes from within the city manager's office. Briefing note number 43, entitled CMO Office Alignment, Recovery and Rebuild.
Seeing no questions. Next.
And the next briefing note number 46, which is a joint briefing note from People at Equity and Financial Planning, entitled Citywide Staffing Levels and Voluntary Separation Program.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I'm wondering, we have here now the numbers and percentage of uptick, but I'm wondering if some of the text, I'm wondering if the city manager would like to delve into more. You know, when you do voluntary separation program, you then have no control over who leaves. And so I'm wondering if you wanted to speak of, has this left us with any strategic and policy goal gaps that we may end up having to address in multi-year fashion, perhaps on 2021 where we have no money, but in future years, are we going to have to look at course correcting in order to keep our strategic and policy goals moving?
So, well, if I can through the chair, and I know Amma's on the call, so, but I'll just start by saying that the program itself was not applicable to everyone in the organization. So there were some critical services that if we let someone go, we couldn't hold the position for 6 months and then fill it and achieve the financial benefit that we were looking for. So it wasn't as wide open as maybe it appears. And then, of course, there was a decision to be made by management as to whether or not the individual applying would be someone that we could, in fact, grant permission to retire. And part of that thinking would include, what kind of immediate but also downstream consequences would that generate. So the people that were granted the leave were people that at the end of the day we could stand to not have here for a short period of time, recognizing that the loss of that service would be temporary and not long lasting and long affecting. So, but Alma, if you want to add to that.
Thanks, Chris. Just to add to that, in accordance with what Chris just said, in addition, as the program requires a vacancy to be held for 6 months, there is an exception where an alternate vacancy might be held for 6 months. So if you had a departure in a key position and you had to fill that position right away, you could go ahead and fill that position and hold a different position vacant. So that was really to avoid the concern that you've raised, that we lose people in critical positions and cannot fill them.
That one key point I didn't know. That is very comforting. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions on this briefing note? Okay, next, Steve.
Okay, great. Moving on to our agencies, we have 3 briefing notes, starting with briefing note number 48 from the Toronto Public Library on youth online programs and services.
Councillor Carroll.
Well, seeing no one else, I'm just going to use this briefing note as a jumping off point. So we see that we're squeezing out as much as we can to be ready, but are all of these things, are they built into the budget with a sort of limited flexibility such that it's, we have these programs, we want them to be able to be up and open, but the budget is predicting very specific times? Could we be in a situation where we're already looking at a downward trend in weekly averages? We could get back to in-person youth programming in the libraries, in the community centers. We could be ready to go back there in the spring or summer if things are going well, touch wood. Do we have enough flexibility so that we can open when the virus says we can open?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is Vickery. Councillor Carroll, yes, absolutely. We can, as soon as the province allows us to have our youth hubs open, all 23 of our youth hubs will be open and available with, of course, any kinds of social distancing and numbers that are any restrictions that we have to impose as a result of the virus. We've got that all ready to go as well. So yes, absolutely, we're ready to go. We have the budget to be able to do that.
Okay, and this is perhaps again the multi-year budget outlook, Mr. Chair. But I want to ask, because we have Ms. Bowles here, something that has fallen behind is that across the board youth services, youth engagement and program services review that was asked for. It was one of the first things we asked for in the beginning of this term of office, and it is somehow stalled. So much of what we do is delivered out of libraries, amazingly so. As you know, my favorite thing is to see those programs in full swing in Fairview Library. If we were to look for ways to begin that review with a limited cost, with a limited amount of consultancy, does the library itself have a real inventory and efficacy review on tap from recent times of its own youth programs and services delivery?
Yes, absolutely. We have an ongoing evaluation for all of our programs, and for youth hubs, for instance, we have a logic model established where we can evaluate the youth hubs and the outcomes for the individuals who participate in the youth hubs. So yes, we have an ongoing evaluation, and we are also, of course, participating and working closely with Parks, Forestry and Recreation staff in the work that they're doing with the youth hubs, and the evaluation that is being organized by SDF&A as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor, then I think we have two more briefing notes. Steve? Okay, go ahead.
Sure. So yes, two more briefing notes, both from the TTC. So we'll start with briefing note number 49, entitled Impact of Intergovernmental Funding on TTC Capital Projects and Delivery.
Questions? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you. Table 1 is the fleet and funding requirements. Those deadlines are real close. If Josie's still on the line, what happens if we don't meet those deadlines?
So through the chair, these deadlines, we would have to decide whether we were going to proceed with the amount that is actually funded. So to the left of that chart, you can see the quantities. So that would be 13 rather than the 60 streetcars. There would be none for subway, of course, and you can see the list there. But we are ready to proceed on all of these. And quite frankly, you know, we'll have to have that decision, as you see from the timeline, pretty much in the next few months, so we can actually leverage the full value. The other issue, as I noted in the briefing note, is if we were to proceed in the absence of this, and should the province and feds come forward later on, we would also risk our incrementality rules. So meaning that if they were to provide funding at a later point in time, they would normally expect the city to cost share. This would have been our cost sharing. So we are very close to that deadline to be able to leverage the full amount.
So have we put in our portion of the cost share? We've committed that from our budgets?
Absolutely. That's fully funded. It was part of the additional city building funding that council approved last year. So the 1.58 billion is funded and ready to go.
So we're willing to say at this point, hey, we're going to put our money up despite the fact that we don't have 100% commitment from the other levels of government or any commitment.
So through the chair, to be clear, we're ready to go to do the portion of fund, the partial acquisitions based on what's identified in here. Our preference, of course, is to do the full because there are the full critical needs. We have the capacity to move ahead. However, there are implications around not moving ahead with the full package. That's why we identified them, and each area they kind of have their own story of what those implications are. But these also help recovery, you know, overall economic recovery. But there are issues around deferring them with a further cost escalation if we wait, because we also would have to look at, particularly in our subway trains, we would have to look at extending the life beyond its useful life of 30 years to 40 years.
And are these existing contracts or new RFPs?
So these are essentially new RFPs, but we are ready, you know, we are ready to award.
And so the streetcars are with who? Where are they made?
Sorry, on the streetcars. Sorry, did you say the streetcars, Councillor?
Yes.
The subway trains.
Well, both. I was going to get to subways next. Where are they made? Streetcars are Thunder Bay?
I don't have that level of detail. I'd have to get back to you on that. But
do you know where the subways are? I think I see Councillor Carroll. She knows. Councillor, the subways. Do you know where they're built?
Sorry, I don't have that detail.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Maybe in 3 questions or something, we can comment on that at some point, perhaps at council. It'd be nice to know where the economic, where those are a piece of an economic recovery.
Okay, we'll get that for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, and I think I'm in the same boat, Chief. The questions I'm asking, because we want a little more detail than is in the briefing note. There are questions that probably will need to be re-asked again at council, and I think that's probably a good place in front of council. Where I wanted to go was this: we understand, those of us on the commission, at the very least, we're front-ending our share. These are, as I understand, what we heard from Mr. Leary in our last commission meeting was that the quantity that we see in the middle column, that our front end city funded order, that those are in negotiations. Those will very soon be awarded. The streetcars, for instance, being a reorder, doesn't require a full RFP. And so those are going ahead. The negotiations to finalize specs are happening. But I'm wondering if we can paint the picture. If we don't, by the decision timeline for the unfunded, if we don't get the funds to place the order for the rest of the vehicles that the city needs, I think the picture that the council needs is where we run out of vehicles. If in Q2 2021, we're not ordering the rest of those buses, where do we start to run out of buses? Likewise, Wheel-Trans fleet, likewise the subway cars. Where do we start to run out? And I think that's the picture we're going to want to paint. I don't know if you have those answers now, though. Is that possible?
We do have Bem Case with us, who could provide that information. Bem.
Bem.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi. So actually, just in answer to the first question as to where the vehicles would be built, the streetcars, the TTC board approved a contract change with Bombardier for this 13 streetcars that we have funding for, and as many as 60 if we secure the additional funding. And so those would be built in Ontario. Bombardier is committed to production in Ontario. They haven't committed as to whether it's Thunder Bay or Kingston, but it would be built in Ontario. The subway trains would go for international bid, so it's uncertain as to where exactly they would be built. And in answer to the question as to what the impact of not getting the vehicles on time, it's a bit different depending on which vehicle type you're looking at. But for streetcars, the pre-COVID projection for need to address congestion and to make service improvements, et cetera, was starting in 2022. We know that we couldn't get them any sooner than 2023. All 60 required by 2025. And
2025.
Yes.
So we've got a problem in that fleet. If we're not placing the order by the decision timeline in your table, we have a real problem in the system in 2025.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then for subway trains, we're looking at 2026 is when the T1 fleet on line 2 turns 30 years old. And so either we need to have new procurement vehicles coming in at that time and over the following 5 years, or otherwise we need to extend the life of the T1 fleet, as Josie had mentioned. In the event that we have to extend the life of the T1 fleet, it's not just about the $715 million required to do that, but it also would mean reallocating funding, over $400 million in funding from the ATC on line 2, which is currently fully funded, but that would have to be reallocated to state of good repair of the existing signal system on line 2. That would get you additional.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm cutting you
okay.
off, Mr. Case, because I'm looking at my clock.
Yeah, sorry.
So if we don't get the cooperation of the other government and place these orders, we're going to be in a situation we were in a few years ago, where what you would have to recommend to us is the cost of extending the life of the current vehicles, and we would need to place an order because an extension of a vehicle only lasts so long. So we would then end up having to do both. Am I right? That would be deja vu for me. I'm not sure if all the councillors realize that. We would hit ourselves with a double whammy. Hit ourselves in the other orders of government if we don't act now.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Steve, I think.
Okay, great. And
One last one.
and our final briefing note, number 50, again from the TTC, entitled TTC Capital Projects Requiring Secured Intergovernmental Funding.
Questions? Okay, I think that is it. Oh, wait, I think Councillor Layton.
I would just on a point of order, I know I raised this earlier. This is the hardest part, I think, of the budget process for councillors, for staff, and for everyone involved going through these wrap-up notes. And on my screen right now, I have both Stephen and Josie. And it's like the torch here. So Stephen, well done getting through them. It's great that we ended on the TTC so Josie could be here for to end off Stephen's first review of the wrap-up notes.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Mike. Anyway, so that is it. Again, extending thanks to all the staff that have been here on for these briefing notes. We're not quite done yet. What I do now, we traditionally do is, are there any overall questions of the budget? And this is, again, an opportunity for any questions that may have not been asked. You may want to repeat, but are there generally overall questions of the budget in general? It's a big question. I know there's lots we've done. We've spent a lot of time on a lot of questions and all that. Let me just, I will just ask hold on, just let me start my time here. Just to the CFO, I guess, with regard to debt and the city's debt, what concerns would you have if we were to add capital projects or some sort of projects and use debt funding as a source of that based on where we are now in, with regard to the circumstances and all that with COVID?
So, Mr. Chair, in actual fact, City Council has established a policy whereby the debt servicing costs cannot exceed 15% of the tax base. And when you look at our capital plan and you look at our 10-year projection, our goal is to be at that 15% level in every single year. We, in actual fact, peak at 14.82%. And so when you look at that, it's clearly evident that we actually have very little wiggle room to add any capacity to debt finance projects than what are currently in the plan. I think we all know that the capital plan has to stay in balance as well. So to add capital projects would mean that we'd have to find a source of funding. So the concern that I have is the 15% threshold, because we're really at the ceiling. The other piece is, and as we all know, we go through credit rating reviews on an annual basis. And part of the credit rating reviews is looking at our ability to service our debt. And as much as taxes do go up, and that means the ceiling, the amount that we can service can go up, the credit rating agencies are looking at that tax base as being sort of a static cash flow opportunity. So from my perspective, we have managed through COVID quite well, and the credit rating agencies have talked about the fiscal management of the city. And I do think that the policy of 15% is a discipline that they respect.
Again, you can just talk a bit about, I guess, the process, the behind-the-scenes process that staff go through in determining what projects and how we issue debt and how we look at particular individual projects and what happens on that determination. I don't think a lot of people understand the work that is involved in determining what projects will be used for debt, what won't, and all of that.
Okay, so thank you for that question. I think you're right. I don't think a lot of people actually understand that when we issue debt in actually three types of terms: 10, 20, and 30-year terms. And the reason is because the interest rates are different amongst all of them. And those 10, 20, and 30-year terms allow us to diversify our ability to service the debt, in the sense of, obviously when you go out and finance something that's 10 years, it's far more expensive because you actually, when I say service, I mean interest and principal. You repay it quicker over 10 years than an amount over 30 years. So what we do is we actually match projects that have lifespans. So capital assets are debt finance, but the lifespan of that capital asset is matched against the term of the debt. We, in actual fact, finance projects after they have already been completed or substantially completed. And this information is all validated and verified before we go to our investors, before we go to the banks and go out to the markets. And that's one of the reasons that we've had enormous success in our debt issuances and that we attract investors from not only North America, but from Europe. So the fact is there is a lot of work that is done to match the debt instrument to the lives of the assets. And so when we issue an instrument, it's to reflect a set of capital projects that have a specific lifespan.
Thank you. And then when we're issuing debt, it's usually the last, I wouldn't say last resort, but we look for every opportunity, whether it is through other means, provincial, federal money, grants, but we always look for other opportunities, and debt would be the last opportunity we do. And as you said, most of the projects are usually finished by the time we issue that debt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, any other overall questions? You see the screen here? Okay, I think we are done. And again, thank you for all the staff who have been contributing over the last number of months and weeks for all of this. Members, what we're going to do is we're going to, I guess it's a little bit early, but we'll recess for lunch for 1 hour. Clerks have to, of course, pull together a lot of the motions that will be presented. So we'll recess for an hour. We'll come back and then we'll begin speeches and moving motions and all of that after lunch. So again, it's about 10 to 12. Let's say an hour. We'll be back about 10 to 1, and then we'll begin the afternoon session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We are now at the point where we're going to be speaking and moving motions on the 2021 capital and operating budgets. Members, we do have two items before us. As I mentioned at the beginning, BU 30.1, the 2021 property tax rates and related matters. And the second item, BU 30.2, the 2021 capital and operating budgets. So we'll go to BU 30.1 to begin, and I will speak first. Let me get my... Oh, sorry. Actually, you're right. I apologize. As standard, BU 30.1 2020 operating tax rates and related matters. Are there any questions of staff on the item? Seeing none, we'll now go to speakers. I will speak first. First of all, to begin, I want to thank a lot of people. I think everybody who's been involved in this budget over the last number of months, and I think even before that. This has been an unprecedented year at Council with the impacts, of course, COVID. And the amount of work that has gone into, number one, producing this budget, but also looking at 2020, and even though we had passed the 2020 budget, the challenges that we have faced over the last, well, it's almost a year now, have been almost insurmountable, but our staff have risen to the occasion all across all divisions and agencies, and I just want to, number one, thank them for the work that they have been doing. Thank all the budget committee members who have been out. We all know what the budget season and what the process is like. There's a lot of work, there's a lot of reading. I just want to thank all of my colleagues for the work that they've been doing, and visiting councillors and everybody that has participated in this budget. It's a virtual budget. We've been doing it online, and I think it's been a little bit different, but it's given, I think, people across the city an opportunity to really speak to us a little bit better and a little bit differently. We noticed that in some of the consultations where, in fact, we saw more people coming out and more consultations happening, which was, I think, a good thing. So again, I just want to thank everybody for their roles, big and small, in this 2021 budget, because it's, you know, it's, as I said, it's been my 7th budget, and it's been one of the most challenging budgets that I've been involved in personally, but we're almost there. With regard to the property tax rates, I am moving staff recommendations, which is really to keep property taxes at a reasonable level. This is a conversation we have every year, but I think this is one of those years that we really have to ensure that we keep tax increases affordable. I know we've all looked at and read the TOR report, the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild, part of the consultation that they did, which was extensive across the city. People are talking about the financial hardships that their families are facing due to COVID. And they wanted to ensure that we protected and improved affordability and kept property taxes at low. And I think this budget does that. It's responsible in protecting property tax rates. There's a 0.7%, which is the rate of inflation, along with the 1.5% for the city building fund that we had previously done. So I think it has done that. And I think it's a good thing that we are being prudent on this, and again, we'll be talking specifically next about the operating budgets and everything that looks into that. But again, I'm moving the staff recommendations for this. Are there any other speakers to the item? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief, and a big thanks as well to our CFO and her team for their hard work on what was a very difficult budget year this past year and moving into the next year. This budget is balanced on paper, but it's far from sustainable. And this is true most years. And there have been but a handful of us that have brought forward proposals to try to make the budget more sustainable and have more of a foundation that could withstand this type of shock that we've received. I'll reserve the right to say I told you so at council, as will, I'm sure, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Perks and and other councillors that have raised over and over again the need for us to build a stronger long-term financial outlook by looking for new revenue tools and by investing in the revenue tools that we have available. The reality is, had we done that 8 years ago, 9 years ago, and all the way through, continued to be good financial stewards, but built a stronger foundation, I'm not convinced we'd be in such a bad place. Let's set that aside. It was a terrible, terrible year for the city's finances, and this 1 year's impact isn't our doing. And nor are we going to be able to tax our way, to use property taxes to address the shortfall. That's impossible. $800 million would reflect not only a double-digit property tax increase, but a property tax increase in the magnitude of 30% for this year. Now, as much as most of us want to think that would only be applied to the few fortunate ones who are homeowners, that's not the case. Everybody that lives in the city of Toronto pays property taxes. We can't miss that fact. And that's why I think it's important that we keep that in mind when we're setting the tax rate. Now, that doesn't mean that I accept that 0.7% is all that people can pay this particular year. But I'm comfortable with the motions that I have moving on the next item, that I've looked for alternative sources. That might not be true when we reach the city council stage, but it is true today. We have to remember that the more we flatline our revenue sources, the more of a problem we get in down the road. And that's one of the things that have contributed to this, but it wasn't what contributed to the $750 million or $850 million number that now we have to rely on the federal and provincial governments for. And just to say, and I'll try to be really quick in closing here, Toronto is the engine of our national economy. We're where jobs are for a good portion of the GTA. It is critically important that our services, that the institution of the City of Toronto is financially stable. We won't be, and I know it's balanced on paper, but we won't be sustainable if we're forced to take half of our tax reserve, of our stabilization reserve, and take money out of the critical things that people rely on most, the infrastructure investments that create jobs, and we heard that this could impact tens of thousands of jobs in the GTA, but that also ensure that our city doesn't crumble away. We need smooth roads, we need transit vehicles, we need other public services in order to operate as the engine of the Canadian economy. So that's why I have motions coming that will try to address some of the smaller things, but the big hole in this budget needs to be filled by the levels of government that have the spending power to do it now. And we can continue to talk about how to make a better Toronto and a more sustainable budget as we get out of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to move a motion today. And if I did move a motion at council, it really wouldn't be about this year. I'm mindful of the survey, and I know people who are in hardship who have a mortgage and are very worried about a lot of increases. But at the same time, I know people who own homes who have disposable income, and what they did when COVID first hit was grab any disposable income that they had kicking around and put it in the market in those first few weeks when the markets collapsed. And they are more wealthy today than they were when this difficult year began. And that's where I struggle. I'm not as worried about the the impact of making tax increases now as I am 3 or 4 years from now. There are people getting very, very wealthy on this difficult situation. We know that Elon Musk is busy building a new community on Mars as fast as he can with his extra money. Jeff Bezos is doing God knows what. The tech sector and the economy that has moved online is making a lot of people very, very wealthy. And some of them have gathered that wealth right here in Toronto. And if we don't have a conversation about how we're going to begin to capture some of that wealth to sustain the city, then we're not going to be able to help those parts of the economy that have faltered during COVID and may not be coming back. We have stopped having the conversation that we used to have. Years ago, we used to talk about, does this tax increase just pay for new and enhanced services, or is it building anything into the base? What are we building into our base? How are we expanding that envelope ever so gradually so that we're able to expand what we do in the normal course of events for the needs we know the city is always going to have that aren't going to go away? We hardly ever talk about that anymore. We don't talk about what we're building into our base budget to always be there. And it demoralizes staff in almost every division that we're not building anything into their base to build what they can do, what they know we need and want. And so if I move a motion, it's not going to be about, I don't like 0.7% and what are we going to do about it? It's going to be about what are we going to do about the future years when the anomalies in the economy made some poorer and some richer start to level out to just a long stretch of hard times where it becomes harder and harder for even the affluent to make a bundle in the market because really the economy has been shrunken by COVID, and maybe the amount of construction going on now slows down. Maybe all sorts of things in the economy slow down because we're going through a decade of the other orders of government saying, oh, we're making political promises to reduce our deficit. And so, no, there's nothing for municipalities. There's nothing for the rest of you. People aren't focused on building new infrastructure. They're reading the papers and saying, hey, get rid of that deficit from that old pandemic years ago. And then we'll be in a real tough spot. We possibly are going to run out of transit vehicles. All of those are things that are in our potential future. And there's nothing in our base to do anything about it. And so we've been bad at having the conversation before, but we need to get a lot better at it. We need to have a conversation about, if not property tax, then what? How do we capture from the affluent what we know we can't get from the people in this city who are very, very, very desperate right now? How are we going to do that? And so if I move a motion in council, it's going to be imploring us to begin that conversation through 2022 and into 2023. And in 2023, we should be doing what the young people in the city have been telling us for ages. Start the next term of office asking us, before you announce a budget and its property tax increase and everything we can and can't have in it, start the term by talking to us about what we want, what our goals are as a community, and what we're willing to pay for them and how we're willing to pay for them. That's the motion that needs to be moved, and we're running out of time to move it. I'll be considering how quite to word that in time for council.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other speakers to the item? Councillor Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Great comments from both of our colleagues here on Budget Committee. And I'd like to start by just echoing my thanks to the tremendous amount of work staff have put into this across all of our divisions.
Your sound cut out.
Councillor, your sound has cut out.
Is this thing on?
Councillor, well, yeah, why don't you turn your video off and I'll start again. Hopefully we can hear you. Not yet, Councillor.
It's
Councillor Bradford, can you hear us?
Better.
Councillor Bradford?
I can hear you.
Okay, so you're still cutting in and out. Try again.
Okay. Yes?
It's still a little bit.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I need to speak. I just wanted to offer gratitude to all of staff's work. Heather, Stephen, Josie, our DCMs, our city manager, and all of the folks at the division that have their hands on this budget to bring something forward that us here at Budget Committee have the opportunity to work with and ultimately bring forward to council. You know, when we're looking at a $13 billion budget, it's actually fairly interesting. We're really just sort of tinkering at the margins because so many things are actually locked in, right? So we have passionate and spirited debates about a lot of different things, and that's helpful. But at the end of the day, and I think Councillor Carroll was articulating this quite well, here at the city, we're largely handcuffed on a lot of this stuff. And with the tools that we have available to us, with the policies and the positions that we articulate as a city, our options are fairly limited. And I know that our city manager, Chris Murray, and prior city managers, and certainly it was discussed in the conversation about rebuild in the TOR report. We need to look at a new model for cities, something that is much more financially sustainable, and we don't have that today. And the challenges that have come forward in COVID-19, as everybody says, it's just been the exacerbation of existing problems. They have intensified. Those gaps have grown bigger, and more folks are being left behind. Now, is that something that we're going to solve on a property tax base? I would suggest it's not. And I think Councillor Layton alluded to the fact that we're not going to come forward with a 30+% property tax increase to close those gaps. But I do think we need to look at our fundamental relationship, the hierarchy with other orders of government, and have that real conversation about who delivers what and who pays for it. Because decades and decades of downloading that lands at the foot of the city of Toronto, us holding the bag, I don't think that's been helpful. I don't think that provides the supports and the services that residents need. And I think we've been far too quick often to take up those causes on behalf of our provincial and federal counterparts. So it is a moment for reflection. I think we can all see the challenges that lay in front of us. And the real work is not about the tinkering at the margins year over year here that we do at Budget Committee or as a city, but it is those intergovernmental conversations and finally having that opportunity for a hard reset, recognizing the importance of our cities, our municipalities across the country, but of course, Toronto being very pivotal and central to the Canadian economy, and having a relationship, a funding a relationship and arrangement between those levels of government that actually reflects that. Big thanks to you, of course, Mr. Budget Chief, for your stewardship on this. I know we've been out in the community, numerous times, numerous evenings late into the night, talking to residents. And I know that you don't do that just in Beaches East York, you do that across the city. So my gratitude to you and Mr. Conforti, who's been on the tour this year as well, for engaging in that. I think it's important for our residents, and I think it gives us a better outcome. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Seeing none. I guess, do we have to put the motion up, or because we'll... No, it's just a motion to adopt. Okay, this is just the motion to adopt the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. On to our second and last item, BU 30.2, 2021 capital and operating budgets. Members, there will be, as usual, a number of motions here, so this will be a little bit slow, but hopefully we'll get through it with not too much harm to each of us. I'm going to speak first. I do have a number of motions. And we'll run through them fairly quickly. I think they've all been circulated, so I'm hoping that everybody has a copy or has reviewed them. And I'm just going to ask clerks just to start, just give us, again, we'll have to be a bit patient here. So what we'll do, members, a number of us have motions. We'll put it up and we'll just scroll through each of them. Okay. So motion A, Social Development and Finance Administration. This is City Council authorized the Executive Director of Social Development and Finance and Administration to extend the agreement with the Ministry of Attorney General to receive $210,000 for the implementation of the Justice Centers in downtown east and northwest areas of Toronto as follows. I won't read the rest, but it's really just money coming in from other levels for this. Number 2. Okay, so now we'll go to motion B. Again, this is money coming in once again from Shelter Support and Housing that City Council amend the 2021-2030 staff recommended capital budget for plan for Shelter Support and Housing Administration to add a new project entitled Taking Action on Tower Renewal. 13.508 cash flows coming in as you see there. I won't read all of it, but again, it's money coming in for the program. Motion C, again, technical and sort of technical in nature. This is something that has to be moved. That despite Section 1.1 of the Municipal Code, Chapter 223, remuneration of City Council members, City Council set the annual salary increase for members of Council at 0% for the year 2021. Motion D. Toronto Public Health. Again, this is money that has come in for Toronto Public Health by an increase in ongoing base funding of $287,000 gross, 0 net for 3 permanent positions and one-time funding. And this is coming from the Ministry of Health. Motion E. Again, money coming in that we amend the 2021 capital or staff recommended operating budget for children's services by a one-time increase of $17.855 million gross, 0 net to provide an additional allocation from the Provincial Child Care and Early Years Reinvestment Program for the period January to March 21. And again, you can read the rest, but it's just money coming in. Motion F. Oh, wait a minute here. Oh, sorry. Okay, it looks like sorry, there was a motion F that I have, and I guess clerks are just trying to bring it up. Just give us a second here.
Mr. Chair, while we're giving them a second, can I ask a question? I'm having trouble jumping around following. I'm trying to follow it by looking at the list of motions that you advance circulated in the portal, but they're not letters, they're numbers, and they're a little out of order. So is there if I refresh, are they updated to being designated with letters, or do we just have to jump around and hope for the best?
Yeah, I think if you do refresh, clerks are nodding their heads that if you refresh, it should bring it up.
Okay, thanks. I'll play around with it.
Okay. Okay, here's a motion F, Finance and Treasury. The Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer report to the February 18th, 2021 special meeting of City Council on the municipal land transfer tax detailing A, the tax rate for home sales in the City of Toronto when including the required provincial land transfer tax on top of the municipal land transfer tax as compared to the rates of homes in other municipalities. B, the number of homes in the city worth $1.4 million, including a breakdown by ward. C, the number of homes in the city worth over $2 million, including the breakdown by ward. D, how to increase the municipal land transfer tax on homes worth over $2 million. That could tighten the housing supply of homes worth $2 million. And E, why city staff recommend that any additional revenues from an increased MLTT rate be directed to the Capital Finance Reserve, and why they recommend against putting any such revenues into the operating budget spending. So that's F. We're going on to G now. Give it one sec here. Again, just have a bit of patience here as we get it up.
Mr. Chair, while we're giving them a sec, I'm going to take advantage of these opportunities. I'm just being given a note by my staff that the motion that I submitted for and asked for advanced circulation, apparently that is not on the portal, or is that not unique to me, or are we waiting later for the other motions?
So I do have a motion. There is a motion from you. Is that the one about the Community Crisis Support Service pilot? Yeah, so
I did okay that being advanced circulated.
Oh, okay. Oh, it is just, it is advanced circulated now, Councillor. Okay, one motion G. So we'll go back. Again, this is just a report to Council that City Council requests the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to report on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee by the third quarter of 2021 on the feasibility of expanding snow clearing on park pathways and parks and trails for 2021-22 season. And two, that we request the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to report to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee by third quarter of 2021 on the feasibility of making more park washrooms operational for the 21-22 winter season. H, again, this is technical in nature. I'm not going to read all of it. I'll leave it to you to read, but it's about the Budget Committee recommend that City Council adopt the following recommendations in the report from the City Manager with regard to approving honoraria for Council advisory body members for the remainder of Council term as follows, and you can read that as in front of you. Motion I, again, this is good news, of course, money coming in, that the Budget Committee recommends that City Council adopt the following recommendations in the report from January 21st, 21 from the Acting Chief, Toronto Paramedic Services. That City Council authorize the Acting Chief, Toronto Paramedic Services, to implement the following 4 strategies in 2021, resulting in an increase of $10.1 million gross net zero to the Toronto Paramedic Services 2021 staff recommended operating budgets, with the details below. And I believe this is my last one, which is motion J. That the Budget Committee recommend that, this is technical in nature, that the Budget Committee recommend that City Council adopt the following recommendation in the report from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer. That City Council requests the Board of Directors of these Build Toronto, Toronto Lands Corporation, Castle Lomas, Lakeshore Arena, Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Pan Am, in consultation with the City's Toronto Chief Financial Officer, to provide financial 2020 financial impacts of COVID-19 on the 2020 operating budgets and capital and operations, detailing any modifications to the programs, initiatives, and address, and that's very technical, isn't it, to address COVID-19 and the 2020 annual general meetings. Oh, sorry, I have a K. That City Council requests that the General Manager, Transportation Service, to report back to the July 5th, 2021 meeting of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee on the next phase of the 3-year cycling implementation plan and all resources necessary to achieve these targets in the 2022 budget and beyond. Hold on, I think that's all of mine. I'm just checking with clerks one more time. Okay, we're done. Great. Again, just to speak quickly, again, I want to once again thank everybody, as I acknowledged in the first item, for the work that you've been doing to create the 2021 budget. This has been an unprecedented budget year. We all know that. This is my 7th budget as a chief, and as I said, this has been one of the more challenging ones that we've had to face as a city and as a staff. But we came through it. We are, as I said, we are getting through this. I want to thank all councillors and everybody, of course, that I have mentioned previously. And I'm confident that the city is going to get through the 2021 budget in both partnership and the necessary supports from other levels of government. But it's clear that we will need, moving into the future, support from both levels of government, probably for years to come. And I think where I will agree with Councillor Layton and Councillor Carroll and many others is in this budget and moving forward, there is an opportunity to forge new relationships. And not only an opportunity, I think it's an imperative that we form new, responsible relationships with the other levels of government. I think the impact of COVID has shown not only do we need to be sustainable, but we need those relationships to be strong. And I think out of this, we will forge new relationships for financial sustainability with the other levels of government. So I firmly believe that this is a direction that we absolutely have to go. The Budget Committee, we're approving a budget that is responsive to COVID-19, and it's responsible in the face of all the challenges that we have been facing over the last year. In the 2021 budget, it does protect and preserve city services. Now, it's not the time to be cutting services, and if it wasn't for the incredible amount of work with staff, and of course the generosity of the federal and provincial governments, I think this budget would be absolutely much different, and we have to acknowledge that, the tremendous work that has gone into be able to producing this in the middle of a pandemic. And again, there have been no service cuts, but there have been investments in this budget, as there are every year. And it's been a challenging budget year, but I think I have to acknowledge, number one, with the support of the other levels of government, but also staff, and being able to bring forward some if not modest, but I think important enhancements. There's $52 million of new enhanced items in here, but then we're looking at shelters, when we're looking at the supports to public health, long-term care and seniors, Toronto Community Housing and TTC. Though COVID related, there are investments there, again, thanks to the other levels of government. But again, now is not the time to be raising taxes. And the TOR report, of course, mentions that, as I've always mentioned. But we, councillors, we need, and committee members, we need not only to look at 2021, but we need to look at where we are going in the future. And we have challenges. We're going to be coming out of this budget, but we're going into another year of uncertainty. And again, we need to respect that those levels of governments will have to assist us, but we can't just rely on those levels of governments. We need to do what we need to be doing. And I want to acknowledge the incredible work that city staff have done, not only in this year, which we over $500 million of efficiencies and savings we did, but last year, just to come out of 2020, the amount of work they've done. So I want to acknowledge the work that they've been doing. But we do need to be prudent, and we do need to be responsible in our decisions, not only this year, but of course moving forward. And that's why, as you noticed in the motions that I moved, I'm not moving any motions to add anything to the budget, where in years past we have done that and I've moved motions. Reason being that is we have to be prudent, we have to be responsible. And I think moving anything to, add to what the city staff have brought to this probably is not a smart move from my perspective. So hence there's no additions. But we also have to look at our reserve funds and how precarious they are. And it's a backstop. We have, luckily the 856 has gone down from, 856 down to 649. But there's certain uncertainty in those numbers. If we don't get the money from the other two levels of government, there's going to be impact to our capital budget, of course. But we have to respect that, we still have a challenge moving ahead over until we get the money from the other levels of government. Hence why I'm not going to be supporting any motions that do come that impact, number one, you look at the tax stabilization, debt funding, or reserve accounts. These are backstops, as staff have mentioned. We can't and we should not be using those to increase any services. So I will not be supporting any motions that may do that here or potentially in council. And again, I just want to thank all council members who've been involved in the process. Thank you for the hard work that you've been doing. And again, we'll look forward to seeing this going off to executive and then to full council. Thank you. Are there any questions of any of the motions that have been moved? Okay, we'll continue with speakers. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my motion is way down at the bottom somewhere here. Yeah. I'm putting a motion in that really speaks to the work that council did just in the last couple of days. And I'm confident that it's really an endorsement and it's not going to come to the content of the motion. It reads that the Budget Committee endorses City Council amended Executive Committee 20.1 recommendations on the Community Crisis Support Service pilot and recommend that we support all of the recommendations in that report to the point of any in-year budgetary adjustments necessary to facilitate timely implementation of these recommendations. I don't think it's actually going to come to that. I just think that we should endorse that we're prepared to do that because the community raised issues about whether or not, in fact, we were sincere in our actions and whether or not these things are going to happen. I believe that the estimations for the research into 911, the Auditor General's review of it, and all of the startup actions necessary for the CCSS are contained in that 1.7 million in other budgets. That's the hardest cost really in the funding template that Ms. Campbell produced for us in council. But I think we have to endorse here that we heard council loud and clear that this has to happen. And if for any budgetary reason there was drift in proceeding with that course of action, that we would be prepared to receive an in-year report in this committee. I'm confident that it may not come to that 1.7 million allows us to get those 3 FTEs the best possible as soon as possible, and that any additional resources in the out years, we've already heard from Ms. Campbell that the work with the agencies in the next couple of months will tell us what they need to respond. And so it's the out years that are more important. But I think we have to make that statement here that we don't separate the actions that council took, the commitment we have from members of the community, SDFA, and even the police officers who have already within their service have already designated officers to oversee cooperating with starting that pilot. And we have a board member on the committee, police board member on this committee. So all we're doing is endorsing that what we said we would do, particularly Mayor Tory's motion, we will do. And if it requires a visit to this budget committee, we're prepared in 2021 to receive it. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. To speak, Councillor Layden, Councillor Nunziata, and then Councillor Layden. Councillor Nunziata, you're up.
Yes, I do have a motion. We can put it on the screen. That the city manager, in consultation with the Toronto Police Services Board, to report to the February 18, 2021 special meeting of City Council, comparing the Toronto Police Services proposed 0% budget increase to the 2021 approved or proposed police budget increases for Ontario's largest municipalities. That's my motion. And just want to speak briefly. And Councillor Carroll, I do support your motion. And as you know, at executive, I did ask staff that question, that if it was necessary for additional funding, that she would come forward to council. And she responded yes to that. And I think we all agreed at that executive. So I just support your motion. Just briefly, I want to thank the budget chief, and I want to thank staff, all the staff that was able to come forward with this budget on such a tight timeline. I know it was very difficult with the pandemic and the lockdown, and thank you to all the staff that was involved in it. We still haven't recovered from the amalgamation on the downloading that the province did to the city many years ago. I think that we're still trying to recover from that. And, you know, it's very important, and I do agree that we need to get the provincial and the federal government on the same page, and we need to ask them for additional funding. They need to step up. It's very important. Unfortunately, when we send out the property tax, the city sends out the property tax, residents that have to pay their property tax are not aware that we are, the situation that we're in, that we're waiting for the federal or provincial government for funding. They see the amount of the property tax, the taxes have gone up, they're also paying education tax, and so they get frustrated. And in light of this year especially, when we've had a number of residents that have lost their jobs, businesses that have gone bankrupt, this is not the time to add money into the budget. This is not the time to increase taxes. You know, people, there are thousands of residents out there that can't afford to pay their rent, can't afford to pay their mortgage, and we need to support them and bringing the taxes down that are affordable. And I know that when we heard from the deputations at budget, that there were a number of residents that wanted to pay more in taxes. Well, if they want to pay more in taxes, there is an opportunity on your tax bill. If you want to pay more, you can pay more. But that is not what all the residents of Toronto are saying, that they can afford more. There may be a few, but not a lot. And to the budget chief, your motion about a breakdown of homes that are worth over $2 million broken down by ward, I can't think of any homes in my ward that are worth over $2 million, but I'd be very interested in seeing that report. So thank you very much to everyone, and I hope you'll support my motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions at all? Seeing none, I think Councillor Layton, you were next. So you have a number of them.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll try my best to go through them quickly. Which one do you want to do first, Clerk? Children's Services?
I think they'll start with A. So we'll just, it's motion A, so.
I'm sorry, that's not the way that they're put in the document I have from clerks. Oh, yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
My apologies, that is the A. A is Children's Services. So the first one is City Council requests the province and federal government to commit to additional Safe Restart funding in 2021. This because their fiscal year ends in March, which we've heard recently they've renewed to March, but we're going to need some flexibility in that money. The second one is asking for the General Manager of Children's Services to report to ECDC in the second quarter of 2021 on how this all impacts our 10-year childcare growth strategy. And 3, that City Council direct the General Manager of Children's Services to continue to provide additional resources to support the financial viability of childcare operators with a purchase and service agreement with the city, because we know some are failing. B, that on energy and environment, that City Council direct the Energy and Environment Office to expedite the reporting of the delayed climate emergency commitments outlined in Briefing Note 52, to report back in the third quarter instead of the fourth quarter of 2021 in order to allow for implementation in the 2022 budget. B, report back to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee in the third quarter of 2021 on delayed climate emergency commitments currently deemed ongoing. There's a list of them there, and that City Council increased the 2021 staff recommended operating budget of Energy and Environment by $2.3 million provided from the Tax Stabilization Reserve to enable the division to deliver the climate energy commitments in recommendation 1B above. The next is C, to Fleet Services, that City Council requests the General Manager of Fleet Services to report on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee on the implementation of switching to biodiesel, including the impact on vehicles, the cost implications, and the reduction in greenhouse gases. D, the Housing Secretariat, that City Council increased the 2021 staff recommended operating budget for the Housing Secretariat by $0.5 million funded through the Corporate Consulting Reserve Fund to establish a role or function for the Housing Commissioner in 2021 in consultation with the human rights experts. 2, City Council direct City Manager to report back to the City Council by the third quarter of 2021, updated implementation for the Housing Commissioner and next steps. Parks and Rec. City Council amend the 2021-2023 Parks Rec Forestry capital budget. This is releasing Section 37 monies to go to the University Avenue median park improvements in the special facilities budget. That's within my ward. City Council increased the 2021 recommended staff operating budget for Park PFNR by 0.416 million, net zero associated with an increase in staff. In the staff complement of 4 seasonal operating positions funded by one-time contributions from the tax stabilization reserve for the following contingency approved on the increase in the 2021 capital budget and plan for Parks, Forestry and Rec in recommendation 3 below. A, 0.18 million to support the hiring of 4 additional seasonal staff for ravines, 0.234 million for invasive species, and 3, the City Council amend the staff recommended Parks, Forestry, Recreation capital budget to support the advancing the ravine strategy before 2023 with a total cost of 3 million and cash flow commitments of 0.5 million in 2022 and 2.5 million in 2023. 4, City Council increased the 2021 staff recommended budget for Forest PFNR by 0.21 million from this tax stabilization reserve for the expansion of 15 new winter access washrooms and continued operation of the new winter washrooms added in 2021. City Council amend the 2021-2030 staff recommended Parks, Forestry, Rec capital plan to support the expansion of 15 new winter access washrooms to a total of cost of 1.5 million. C, City Council increased the 2021 staff recommended operating budget for PFNR by 4.18 million, funded by net to be offset by a 0.0126% increase in the residential property rate for the following: continuation of snow clearing at current enhanced levels and an additional approximate 7 kilometers of pathway clearing. City Council amend the PFR capital budget to support the expansion of snow clearing in parks with the cost of 1.28 million, funded by debt funding for one-time capital costs. And 8, City Council increase the 2021 operating budget for PFR by 0.38 million and to cancel recreational user fees to be offset by 0.0115% in the residential property tax rate. Shelter support and housing. City Council reiterated its commitment to taking all measures needed to provide emergency housing, shelter, or respite in order to ensure that there are enough spaces to house everyone who is sleeping outdoors or in encampments this winter, and City Council authorized city staff and provide the resources needed to fulfill this direction, including the authority to site emergency shelter hotel programs rapidly in all neighborhoods across the city where opportunities are available, and to take every step necessary to meet these timeframes, including expediting community notice and engagement where necessary before a program opens. 2, City Council increased the 2021 staff recommended operating budget for shelter support and housing by 15.4 million to increase that resources, to ensure that resources are not a barrier to securing emergency housing, and to ensure that the city can meet the goal set out in the emergency housing plan provided by Council in December to activate 1,098 affordable supportive homes in 2021, and City Council continued to reiterate its request to the province and Ontario and Government of Canada to provide 48 million in annual ongoing operating funding to create and maintain 2,000 new supportive housing opportunities for vulnerable and marginalized individuals experiencing homelessness, a pro rata amount of 15.4, 26.35 million annually for the 1,098 units opening throughout 2021, and an additional 21 million for the remaining 902 supportive housing opportunities for a total of 48 million annually for all 2,000 supportive housing opportunities. Toronto Police Services. City Council direct the city manager to develop a multi-year plan, timeline, and process to begin transferring responsibilities and resources from the Toronto Police Services operating budget to other relevant city divisions and agencies, including initiating the necessary processes to plan and implement changes to A, crisis response and intervention for nonviolent calls related to mental health response, homelessness, gender violence, and youth crime, B, 911 call center operations and who responds to non-emergency calls, C, traffic management, and D, parking enforcement. City Council direct the city manager to report to City Council by the end of the fourth quarter of 2021 on time and resources required to scale up capacity of city divisions, other agencies and institutions to take on the responsibility identified in recommendation 1 above, all along with a detailed plan and financing strategy to transition to the new models. 3, City Council direct the city manager to allocate any additional savings realized after services have been transferred to those which provide community support through increased programming and services as identified in consultation with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. Almost done. H, that other City Council adjust the current municipal land transfer tax rate on sales and with value of consideration over $2 million by an increment of 0.1% so that the new rate would be 3.5% on sales with value consideration over $2 million. City Council direct that the funds raised from the sale of the value consideration over $2 million be allocated into the City Building Fund to be used specifically for affordable housing. And finally, that City Council request the General Manager of Transportation Services to report back to the Budget Committee in the third quarter of 2021 on the budget implications of building, starting in the 2022 budget, 25, 50, and 100 kilometers of new protected and upgraded bike lanes and cycle tracks. If I may take, and I know I've taken a lot of your time, and I appreciate that my presentation here may be a little bit long, but if I could just say some thanks to the city manager and the deputy city managers and the divisional leaderships. During this difficult time, I think the work that you've done is incredibly positive and had a positive impact on our city. And I uncategorically apologize for any difficulty I may have contributed to in the carrying out of your duties, including any of that here today or over the evening last night. Budgets are a reflection of our values. The city manager said that right when he introduced the budget. And a lot of people have said that before him. I think I've heard the mayor say it. I know my good friend, Councillor Cressy says it in relation to a quote that I think must have begun since the beginning of time. If you look at our own presentations on it. And there are some continued investments that I think we can be really proud of, that really represent who we are as Torontonians and who we are as people. With limited time, I'm going to go through a couple really quickly, and that's climate change and social change. Our investments this year in affordable housing and the resources put into our shelter system have been admirable, but they've still fallen short. Now, this is not entirely our doing, and we've been put in response mode. But the reason why they've fallen short seems to be mostly because we've had to wait for other levels of government for resources. We continue to wait for other levels of government for the resources and support that we need. Our investment into public health, we fought for it over a year ago when it was under attack by the very government we think is going to help us out on every occasion that we ask in the future. I'm glad we fought because we made a point and we were better as a result. Our sustained investments in other elements of our poverty reduction strategy, the rent bank, the tenant defense line, these are a positive reflection of our values, in my belief. The investments we've made to transform TO, TCHC retrofits, other climate and resilience, all things we can be proud of. But many of these are the baseline services that we're only protecting in this budget. They're not new, right? They came from years of hard work and investment that led us to that point. They don't themselves build back better, right? They were part of the building before. So if you factor that in, it's a largely status quo budget. It's a tough year, I get it. But every document, every time you talk to someone about what we've learned from COVID, they want us to build back better. They want a budget that speaks to our priorities and speaks to what came out of the TOR report. And I'm not convinced that we're getting there with our current budget. If our if our budget is a reflection of our values, like the city manager said, I'd ask you one question. Does it reflect yours? We're not moving as fast as we could on climate change. We had planned to be advancing much faster towards our climate targets. And while COVID did delay the plan, it doesn't need to delay action. What it delayed is the bringing back of a report to tell us what the next steps are, despite the fact that we know many are just reinvesting in things we're already doing. My values reflect taking climate action as seriously as the crisis that it is, and that you all voted for in 2019. My values reflect the commitment to house people now. But instead, this budget is committing to asking another level of government for money to help people get out of the cold. Instead of making this investment ourselves today, we're putting our faith in a premier and a provincial government who have continuously let us down. They are unpredictable. Yet we're relying on them to help us hit our supportive housing target. We have no backup plan. We have no backup plan and no additional money coming in by the end of March, just 6 weeks away. You heard today, if the province doesn't come through in 6 weeks with money, these supportive units could be lost or sit empty. And that's clear in the briefing note. Now, I know what you're going to say. And indeed, we heard it all day today, so you don't have to ask questions. I get your point. This is letting other governments off the hook. Huh? No.
To wrap up, Councillor?
The reality is, it's no different. I'm almost finished, Budget Chief, I promise. This is no different than the 850 million we've asked for from others of governments and have now had a few commitments move forward. Indeed, it's not much different than when we asked for money for and budgeted money to house refugees. Based on the overwhelming support of last summer and our deputations and our deputations in our meetings, I have also included some further motions on reductions to the police budget through the transfer of responsibility to civilian agencies and a corresponding transfer in resources, with whatever resulting savings then going to other city programs. I think that by asking for a clear pathway, this is a fair approach to us achieving the commitments that we made last summer and to ultimately making our system, our society less policed and more reflective of the embrace that and support that we should be giving our communities. A lot of great work's been gone into this budget so far. I'd ask you to continue that good work and let's improve this budget more today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions?
Questions of the mover?
Okay, we'll start with Councillor McKelvey. I think I saw Councillor. Okay, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. And firstly, I wanted to thank you for the scorecard that you asked for on the climate emergency. I thought that was very well laid out in the briefing note, and it was a great idea. Staff highlighted that they feel Q4 is the right time for the net zero report because of the engagement and the steps that have to be involved in preparation of the report. Are you amenable to a preview report in Q3 that talks about accelerations and things that need to be done in 2022 so that, you know, as you rightly point out, you know, we're not leaving to the end of the year and missing the chance to get it into next year's budget. So would you be amenable to a shorter preview report in advance of the net zero report, just recognizing that that net zero report is charting out, you know, a 20-year plan. So we should get it right.
You know, we've actually spent a lot of time on waiting for Transform TO reports. We've been waiting on Transform TO 2.0 since before COVID. It was delayed because we changed where the endpoint was, and I think we all accepted that. But work was happening to that point. And then all of a sudden we got this further delay of almost a year. And I to be honest, I'm just getting tired of year by year going, well, we implemented what we said we would, but we still don't know what we should be doing the next time. And year by year goes by and we don't have any additional investment going in this year that I don't think would have been at play at the beginning of 2019. In fact, we'll have a smaller staff complement. If I'm not sure what difference it means if it's in September or October than it is in December by the when the staff can bring it forward. But if we don't have the next round of programs and increases in the Transform TO budget and EED's budget and budgets across all divisions by the 2022 budget, we will have failed as a city council, completely failed the next generation and every generation to follow, because we will have waited and we will have allowed it to be 2 years until we got updated numbers and programs when we know damn well what we need to be doing. There's a handful of programs we should be investing in, and we should be investing more now.
Okay.
I'm open to it.
So you're open to the earlier report of what we need to do. And I think that's important that we put some emphasis on that, because we do know that the federal government just declared a net zero by 2050 as well, and they may have funding programs. So I think it's important we have that list of projects so that we're ready to seize those opportunities as we move forward to rebuild. Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for the scorecard. That was very smart.
Thank you.
A+.
Any other questions of the mover? Okay, next. Councillor Bradford, Councillor, okay, and then we'll end with Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. Just two motions here. The first one, just put that on the screen. Yes, Toronto Public Library Budget Committee requests DCM, Community and Social Services to work with the City Librarian.
So motion A and then motion B, I think.
And to assist with, am I not? I'm doing that. Are you hearing me?
We're having a little bit of connectivity issues, Councillor, so try it again.
Okay, so motion A, Toronto Public Library. This is City Council requests Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services to work with the City Librarian to assist with the development of design options, service plans, operating and capital financing strategies for the Dawes Road Library and Community Hub for consideration in 2022 budget and report to Economic and Community Development Committee in Q3 2021 with an update. And motion B, this is that City Council continue to invest in the Emergency Housing Action Plan that we approved in December and advocate to the provincial government for immediate assistance to fund the supportive housing needs of the city in order to eliminate homelessness in Toronto. Those are the two motions that I have here. And I would just like to offer, some comments on the notion of Build Back Better, the thing that we've all spent so much time in talking about. And I think that's something that's very important. And when you reach out to constituents in our wards or you talk to people across the city, there is a general consensus that that is what we need to do. It's the idea of don't let any crisis go to waste, that this is a catalytic moment here for Toronto, here for municipalities, and that the way forward tomorrow doesn't have to look the same as it did prior to the pandemic. And I think that that's really important. But I don't necessarily believe that the notion of building back better, unequivocally means throwing more money at things. And in fact, we've heard from staff today that that's not necessarily the best way to move forward on some of these things that we're trying to achieve here at the city. There are plans that need to be put in place. There are staff resources. There are relationships that need to be built, both with community partners, the nonprofit sector, other levels of government, and it requires coordination. And while we are all in a moment here where you want to take action and we want to make a difference, the way that we do that doesn't necessarily work best just by moving motions here at City Council. There's a lot more work that's involved, and if we're going to be genuine and honest with people, we need to communicate that too. So for me, building back better, while it might mean more money and investment, certainly in some cases, and it ought to, I think it also means that it's how do we think about things differently? How do we build those new partnerships, new opportunities for collaboration? We're seeing that in a bunch of our agencies, a bunch of our divisions right now. The whole conversation about police reform, mental health crisis response teams. I mean, that is going to be foundationally built on collaboration with community partners. I think that's important. I think we're doing that. I think it's about new processes that help us achieve the policy outcomes and objectives that we would like to see in the city of Toronto. You know, you want to talk about energy and environment. You know, what are we doing on the electric vehicle front? How, as a city, are we providing a pathway to help bring forward electric vehicles in a city, despite us having a goal of no combustion engines on our streets by 2050? We've actually done very little to help achieve that. And in fact, we have a lot of folks who, you know, actively are obstructionists against that. So I think that that's important too. We look at the way that we responded with Cafe TO, Curb TO, Active TO, all these different programs, a flurry of activity that helped us respond to the pandemic. None of those things were possible before. If you had had a conversation with staff about that sort of stuff even a year ago, it would have been a hard no. And you would have pressed on that a little bit more, and it would have been like, well, our bylaws don't permit that. Well, you know, it's not possible to have a patio heater, you know, out in a curb lane. It's impossible. You know, Toronto Fire doesn't permit it. MLS doesn't permit it. Bylaw doesn't permit it. And yet, with the will and the conversations and the dialogue, we have actually found a way to achieve our policy outcomes of supporting local business, vibrant main streets, pedestrianizing our avenues, despite all of the, frankly, bureaucratic and regulatory hurdles that have existed for many, many years. So that is the point that I'm trying to make. Build Back Better does not just mean throw more money at a problem, because I think if you take a look at history, that hasn't always led to the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. It can be a part of it, but this is a much more complex and nuanced thing that requires a complex and nuanced discussion. And as good as it feels to move a motion or to run a campaign or to tweet about it, there's a lot of work involved to actually get these things done, and that's what we're here to do. So that's those are my comments. Those are the motions. Hope you folks can support them. And again, appreciate everybody on the committee for all your hard work over the past couple months.
Thank you, Councillor. Last is Councillor.
Question.
Oh, sorry. Questions of the mover, Councillor Layton.
Yeah, just on your motion number 2, Councillor, would you take a friendly amendment to add 25 cents out of the operating budget so that staff can make that phone call? Because that's essentially all that motion does.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay.
Next or last will be Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 4 motions if they'd like to pull them up. So the first one is that the city manager and general manager, PF&R, initiate discussions with provincial and federal governments to request financial support for the unfunded capital component of the Ravine strategy in Meadoway, which is $65 million over 5 years, and to provide regular updates to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee quarterly as part of the Ravine reporting. And secondly, that they report back at the April meeting of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee on the status of the $6.2 million of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program resilience funding that was just dedicated towards ravines and the status of that work. Motion B. Motion B is that the Director of Energy and Environment report back in the 3rd quarter of 2021 as a preview to the Net Zero report on potential acceleration projects and funds required in the 2022 budget process for internal resources to implement the Net Zero plan and options to accelerate the rollout of Net Zero plan, including but not limited to the Greenwell Initiative, the electrical vehicle strategy, low carbon thermal energy systems, and retrofits of City of Toronto and Toronto community housing buildings. C, this is a hopefully perceived as friendly amendment to Councillor Layton's, giving staff flexibility for the Net Zero report to report back in the 3rd or 4th quarter, as they've said that the 4th quarter is really how much time they need for it, but also amending the last one, 6, if you scroll, that report comes back in Q3, because I absolutely agree that we want to know the budget implications for next year as early as possible so we can prepare to fund that work. So it's changing the first of them, but leaving the last one. And the last one, motion D, that city councilor, again, this is an amendment, hopefully perceived as friendly, that city council direct the city manager to report back to city council by the third quarter of 2021 with an update on the establishment of a housing commissioner. And the words housing commissioner weren't in there, and should number 1 not pass, I wanted to make sure number 2 includes that wording so that it's clear that this is something that we very much want established and we want to report back on. I likewise would like to start with thanking staff, and especially the CFO, Heather Taylor, for her work, including the innovativeness she's bringing to the budget process by applying the climate lens, the resilience lens, reporting back on that, and also starting to incorporate that work into the ESG report. And likewise, I want to thank Stephen Conforti, because he's come out to multiple town halls across the city and given the same presentation multiple times, but has always seemed happy, enthusiastic, and fresh when he gives that presentation. So thank you so much. I know that residents in my community greatly appreciated the detail of explaining how the city budget process works, and we were very happy to have you there. I'm likewise looking forward to supporting Councillor Carroll's motion on policing. She's done some very great work in this file, and rightly so points out that we just had a very exhaustive and extensive debate on this, but we need to make sure that it's funded going forward through the 2022 budget appropriately. And finally, thank Councillor Crawford for all his work and all his wonderful motions that I'm also happy to support. I'm not prepared today to support any motions that look at taking funds from the tax stabilization or any reserves or increasing debt. We have a $649 million hole that we still need to fill, hopefully with help from other levels of government. But I just don't feel that it's a responsible thing to put added pressures on an already overpressured city budget. For the ravines in particular, I do want to point out the reason why I'm asking us to go to the other levels of government is that the federal government said in their throne speech explicitly that the government will work with municipalities as part of a new commitment to expand urban parks so that everyone has access to green space. Our greatest opportunity to increase green space in the city of Toronto is our ravine system. And I think we need to give them the opportunity to step up and to help us fund the $65 million over 5 years that is currently unfunded. While I agree with Councillor Layton that we need to do more around climate change and around resilience, I do feel that we need to have a solid plan at the end of the year. And staff have said that they need until Q4 to prepare that report. I am hopeful that they will release a list of projects that could be accelerated in Q3, and also will let us know what funding they need in 2022 so that we can be on track to be net zero by 2040. But I also want to point out some numbers that were in a budget note. And in case you didn't see them, it talks about the investments that we are making in resilience and we are making in climate, because I don't think we do enough to show the good work of the city in this regard. If you look at the numbers, this year's budget has $1.2 billion that are projects that could be categorized as those contributing to Transform TO, to resilience, or both. That is a very large amount of money. And in the 10-year capital plan, that amount totals $9.3 billion. So I think that we are starting to make the steps in the right direction. We absolutely can do more faster. But I think that the way that we're starting to report back on the budget is very useful in that it'll allow us to show how our investments are increasing over time. And importantly, they're also starting to report back on that total amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which, as you heard, that's actually the metric we want, is the reduction in carbon, not necessarily the spending. So this budget is really laying a good foundation for going forward. And thank you again to everybody who prepared it.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, if you can just give us a few minutes here, we're ready to do the voting. I believe there's a few amendments to motions that have to come first, so if you can just give us a moment. Okay, I think we're ready. Thank you for your indulgence. We're going to start with motion. So I have my package. It's 1A through K. I can move these as a package if that's okay with everyone, so we don't have to go through them individually. I'm seeing okay, so why don't we do that? I think we have to at least put them up just quickly. Again, it's motions A up to J. Okay, these are mine up on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Okay, motion 2 by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Hold on once I see the screen. Opposed? That's carried. Motion 3 by Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Just let me see the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Okay, so 4A. So this is by motion A by Councillor Layton. Okay, we can go back to the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, we're going to 6. This is Councillor McKelvey. Let's give one a sec. Hold on a sec here. 6C. So the recommendation 1 of motion B by Councillor Layton be amended as follows. Okay, let's see if I can see the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so 4B as amended. Okay, so 4B as, so that's that Councillor Layton's as amended motion. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. 4C is next. I just have to be a bit of patience here, everyone. Okay, that's the fleet services one. Okay, if I can see the screen. All in favor? Councillor Layton, you moving here? Voting on your motion? All in favor, opposed, carried.
Mr. Crawford, did we vote on 4B1 and 4B2?
Not yet, no.
Okay, great. Just want to confirm. So we had only voted on 4B. 4B1B.
Okay, so, okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused here. I thought we voted on 4B, on Councillor Layton's motion. There's two parts, 1 and 2. We voted on number 1, which was the amended version.
Right, but we needed to vote on 1A as well.
Okay, so that was confusing. I wanted to break, so if we can reopen that one, I wanted to break, this is the environment and energy one into two sections, which is 1 and 2. Yeah, so a separate vote on 2. Thank you, Councillor McKelvey, for bringing that up. So
And also 1A. So we need to vote on 1A.
so why don't we vote on? Yeah, so let me do it. So 1A. So 1A. Yes, so that's 1A as amended, I believe, Councillor McKelvey.
I amended 1A. I amended Part B, but not A.
Okay,
And we
so
need to
just
vote on A.
okay. 1A. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll ask for a recorded vote on these climate ones, please.
Okay, so we're doing environment and energy, recommendation 1A.
Members, this is a vote on Councillor Layton's motion 4B, recommendation 1A, as amended. Sorry.
That wasn't amended.
Right. It is 4B, recommendation 1A. All in favor, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Carroll. Any opposed? Mr. Chair? All opposed, please keep your hands up. Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Bradford. Mr. Chair, that is 2-4, and that loses.
Okay, motion 1B as amended by Councillor McKelvey.
Okay, 1B as amended of motion 4B by Councillor Layton. All in favor? Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Layton, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Carroll. Mr. Chair? Any opposed? Councillor Nunziata, how did you vote?
In favor.
And that was in favor?
In favor, I had my hand up.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Chair, that is 6-0, and that carries.
Okay, we'll now go to number 2, environment and energy. Recommendation number 2.
It's recommendation 2 of motion 4B by Councillor Layton. All in favor?
Motion on the screen, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll take that down. All in favor? Councillor Carroll? Councillor Layton? All opposed? Mr. Chair? Councillor Bradford? Councillor McKelvey? Councillor Nunziata? Mr. Chair, that is 2-4, and that loses.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Next. So we are now at 6D. Councillor McKelvey. Recommendation 2 of motion D by Councillor Layton be amended to read as follows. Okay, can I see the screen? All in favor? Opposed? That carries. So now we're going to Councillor Layton's motion for D. There are two parts. I would like to, if we could break 1 and 2 apart. Yes.
If we could get a recorded vote on part 1, please.
Okay, a recorded vote on part 1. No, so only 2 was amended. Number 1 is as stated.
This is a vote on motion 4D by Councillor Layton, part 1 only. All in favor? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Layton. All opposed? Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Crawford.
I think that was Councillor
Mention my name.
I think you mentioned Councillor Carroll twice, so it's Councillor Nunziata.
Councillor Nunziata, I have you recorded as negative, is that correct?
I'm ambivalent.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that is 2 to 4, that motion loses.
Okay, part 2, as amended.
This is on this is motion 4D, part 2, as amended by,
By Councillor, okay.
Councillor McKelvey. It is.
Favor?
All in favor. Councillor. So this is all in favor?
Did you want this recorded, Councillor Layton?
No?
I'll call in favor. Opposed, that's carried. Okay, now we're going to go back in order as they were presented. So next is motion E by Councillor Layton. And if we can please break these down. I'd like to vote with them ad seriatim.
If this may save some time, Mr. Budget Chief, I think it's probably 1 that people don't have a problem with, and maybe all the rest that I don't know if you can find some in there that you might support, that maybe you can pull them out, but that might save a little time. Vote on 1 and vote on the bulk of the
So, I agree, Councillor, that's true. Number 6 and number 8 were sort of redundant and out of order because you asked for money to come from the tax rate. We've already voted on that.
I thought as much.
Yeah, so we can, I guess they're redundant anyways. So why don't we vote on part 1, which is the top part. Okay. If I can see the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Part 2, we'll do part 2 and 3, kind of go together. Okay. Let's see the screen, please. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Okay, we'll go to part 4, and we'll do part 4 and 5 together. Okay, I can see the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Number 6 is out of order because it has to do with the tax rate. So number 7. Sorry, 7 is contingent on number 6, so again, that is also redundant, apologize. And then number 8, again, is because we've already voted on the tax rate, is redundant. Okay. I think we're on to motion F next.
Could ask for a recorded vote on this item, please.
And recorded vote on, if we can break it down. We can do 1 and 2 then. Did you want 1 and 2, councillors? Good? Okay. We'll do both of them, 1 and 2.
This is a recorded vote on Councillor Layton's motion 4F, Part 1 only. All in favor? Councillor Layton? All opposed? Councillor Chair
I didn't
Crawford?
realize you're recording. I'd like to be recorded in favor.
In favor? I have Councillor Layton and Councillor Carroll in favor. Any opposed? I have Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Nunziata, and Councillor Bradford. Mr. Chair, that is 2 to 4, and that loses.
Okay, part 2.
This is on Councillor Layton's motion, Part F, motion 4F, Part 2 only. All in favor? Councillor Layton's motion, Part F, Part 2 only. All in favor? Councillor Layton, you're in favor? Councillor Carroll is in favor. All opposed? Mr. Chair, Councillor Bradford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Nunziata. That is 2 to 4, and that loses, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion G.
On a point of privilege, it didn't lose. It didn't pass. Just not with the losing language. I'm hearing it enough on this call, okay? Didn't pass.
Thank you, Councillor. Those motions did not carry.
Did not carry.
More to come.
Motion G by Councillor Layton is next. All in, if I can see the screen, please. All in favor? All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Motion 4H. All in favor, if I can see the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Motion 4I, I believe. Yeah, 4I. All in favor? If I can see the screen. Opposed? That loses on a tie. I believe we are done Councillor Layton's motions. So we have 5A and 5B by Councillor Bradford. So we'll do 5A first on the Toronto Public Library. We're just going to get it up on screen quickly. Okay, it's the Dawes Road Library Community Hub. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Motion B. Emergency Housing Action Plan. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. I think we're on to Councillor McKelvey. She has a few more. 6A and 6. So we'll do motion 6A. Councillor McKelvey. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Motion 6B.
Get a recorded vote on this since it's a climate one.
Recorded vote, please.
Members, this is a recorded vote on Councillor McKelvey's motion 6B. All in favor? Mr. Chair, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Layton, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Nunziata. That motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Item as amended. All in favor?
Should we do a recorded vote
just-
on that? It's kind of a.
We'll do a recorded vote on that. Yeah, this is now item as amended. Recorded vote has been asked.
Item as amended. All in favor? Mr. Chair, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Carroll, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Nunziata. Any opposed? Councillor Layton. Mr. Chair, that carries 5-1.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I want to acknowledge and thank clerk staff from Marilyn and Matthew who are in the room here. They did a phenomenal, tremendous job.
Hey.
I want to thank, of course, the IT staff who are also in the room with me or with us today, and everyone online who's been participating in getting this meeting in order and done. So again, thank you very much, everyone. This will be moving off to executive next week, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. See you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow for City Council. The continuation.